I can still hear John.
I've got him turned way down.
It might not be enough. Something went wrong.
That keeps doing that. Don't worry about that. Welcome to the stream, everyone.
Are we on?
It's our regular Tuesday night. We absolutely are on.
Okay, because it said something. There's a notice over there that says something went wrong, and then you said that's normal. Is this normal for something to go wrong, or it's normal?
It's normal for.
It's a normal notice. Something went wrong.
Yeah. Okay. So we should pay attention to the stream.
Well,
just
I
something
am.
on this screen over here went wrong, but that screen's fine. That screen's fine, and that screen's fine, and that screen's fine. We have to focus on the one thing. Oh, and this screen's okay too. I don't know what.
Hot Rod Guy Garage. Hello.
Welcome, Hot Rod Guy Garage.
So
we're just coming out of John Wilburn's No Name National Content Creator Challenge stream. He started before us here. He's still going, but I think he issued the challenge, which was for us to make, was for No Name 500 contenders.
Oh, look, you can see through my drink
invisible
again.
Drink. Is that Baja Blast? Mountain Dew? Baja Blast? Mountain Dew Zero Baja Blast.
Zero Baja Blast.
Very nice.
So, Mexican Spec, they have this in Baja? You probably don't know. You're not in Baja. You're like across the Gulf of California from.
What is Baja about the blast?
I don't know.
So if anybody wants to watch the
it's buffering? We're buffering? I don't know. It doesn't look like it's buffering here because this is online here and it's not buffering. I don't know. Okay, what else do we have here?
Thank you, Twisted Mopar Garage. Come on back after John Wilburn. That's fine. We understand.
KJ Kylie. I saw something earlier which already just scrolled by.
Do you want me to go back?
Bruce. It's
Culgin.
It's Culgin is how I never knew, but he put it into John's live, so now I know. It's Culgin. Okay, you can go back down.
Oh, Iceman was moving around cylinder heads. Cast iron cylinder heads out there.
Oh, that's not gonna work out. Yeah, nothing like cast iron parts. 83 Corvette. It's like an intake valve. Detroit 670. See, I had a Corvette, but mine was a C4 Corvette. But I just like Corvettes anyway. You know, something about a 2-seat car with a big V8. You know, it's kind of fun. And I traveled in mine a lot, which is. When I traveled, it was an 1,850-mile run from Arizona to here, and I did that run many, many times, and I did it a few times in the Corvette. But I slept in the car on the way, and the Corvette really isn't a good place to sleep, although I did it. It was pretty uncomfortable. But the rest of the trip was good. Bruce LeSabre, who has a LeSabre.
They never made a Corvette in 83?
Oh, they did make Corvettes in 83, but they were the late 82s and then the early 84s. And there were a few 83s. And I don't remember how many there were. There's one left, and it's in the Corvette Museum, and I've seen it. I've stood right there and looked at it. Looks just like an 84. But
I got to turn the air conditioning back on.
You're roasting. Hot? I'm not hot. They did make a Corvette in 83. They made, I think there was 17 of them. And they were a pilot run, and there's one left in the Corvette Museum. And it's pretty cool to stand there and look at it. The wheels are different than the 84, than the production 84, but that may have been it. It was basically an 84 Corvette that just, they were so late with it. This is my opinion. They were so late with it, they just called it an 84, and it came out, in April of 83? They made one. Now, I thought they made a lot more than one. I think there was one left. I think they made a short pilot run. I don't know. I stood there in the Corvette Museum and read the little plaque about it and everything, and that was the last one left. I thought there were actually a couple left, but in the Corvette Museum it says there's only one left, so I'll take the word for it. No mass-produced Vette in 83. That's right. Well, actually, there were no mass-produced 1983 models. Geez, I almost bought a Corvette, an 84, and the production date was April of 83. I mean, that was real early 84. It was a black one. I don't know why I didn't buy it. It was for sale, and then I went back to get it, and I guess it was gone. I sat on it too long. And it was an Ohio car, so who knows what kind of shape the frame was in. And then a couple years later, I bought one when I was in Arizona, and it came from Southern California. That my 87 came from Southern California. I didn't say mass produced. They had at least one Vin's 80. Yeah, there was at least one. Yeah, it's kind of funny. The 84s came out really early, and the new Vet was made in the 1983 year, just like the. Oh yeah, I forgot those things were like that too. March of 87. Yeah, Corvette may have been March because the one I looked at was. I remember clearly it was April. The production date was April 83. There may have been one in March. Jeez, I don't know. Man, that one that I saw that was an 84 with an April 83 production date. It was rough, and the guy didn't want. I think he only wanted like $2,000 for it. The 84 was Crossfire. Yes. The Crossfire came out in the 82 Corvette. I had a friend that had an 82 Corvette, had Crossfire on it. And everybody hated that, but he didn't. And he had a friend that had one, and he did something to it. And that thing was fast. I don't know what he did to that car, but it still had the Crossfire on it. It was pretty quick. And the friend of mine that had the 82 with the Crossfire, it was, I don't know, it'd roll right along every bit of 130 miles an hour. So I don't know how fast it got up there, but it didn't seem like it took long. And yeah. In fact, one time he was racing me, and I was in my 64 Ford, and he was like right up to me. I could see the front of his car, and I just had my foot in it, and I was up around 180 or 130 miles an hour, somewhere around there. And your nose of his car was right there. He couldn't pass me. I remember that real well. But swap a pair of 500 CFM Edelbrocks and cam it up. Yeah, the guy that had the one that was it was an 82. I don't know what he did to it, but it still had the two throttle bodies on it. I kind of liked that. I don't know why people hated it so much. I mean, throttle body injection's a pretty easy system. There's two of them. I really don't know why people disliked it. Sounded like something to dislike, I guess. My dad's friend.
Usually when a lot of people hate something, it's probably because there's some kind of background to it. Like somebody must have had some real problems with it.
My dad had a 69 big block 4-speed Stingray in war bonnet, gold. Traded that for a dual TBI Vet in white. He hated that car from day one. Wonder why. Now he has 4Cam ZR1 dark green. Well, that after having a 69, I mean, that was probably a fast car. The you call it dual throttle body. The Crossfire is what they called it. It was not quick, but it wasn't slow. I mean, it went okay, and the car was, it was a 82. Is pretty slippery aerodynamically. So, man, I mean, you could get that thing rolling fast, and it was kind of fun, although it was a ticket getter. And then Carl, my friend that had one, he got 28 miles a gallon in it on trips. So there were no performance cars that did that. It was the first car I ever heard of getting that kind of fuel economy in a Corvette. Vacuum hose on the factory for 82 Vet. The guy that was in charge of the vacuum hose was fired. The 84 was electric. Oh. These late C3s probably had all the highway geared rear ends. Oh, it did. It was like, I don't know what it was, like 240 or something. Yeah, it was real high geared. And it was an automatic. I think they were all automatics. And we were in California, so it had all the whatever made the California cars even slower. That heinous electric over vacuum emissions box. See, I don't know what all that stuff is. I don't know. I just remember driving a car, and it was a pleasant car to drive. The only thing he did to that car was he got rid of the 85 mile an hour speedometer, and he put one in there that was, I think it was 160, and so the dash looked more like a Corvette instead of a stupid 85 mile an hour speedometer. You'd take that thing out and drive it and bury it instantly. That doesn't make any sense. Kiwi had a recent video showing injector spray on a kit fire. Oh, I watched that. I was surprised at how much you could see that spray. That was amazing. Yeah. I don't dislike that at all. It's a vacuum box with like 24 hoses, hooked some miscellaneous electrical pieces. Yeah, I don't like stuff like that. Yeah, Hondas. I remember Hondas. I was working on cars then, and the Hondas had it was like a vacuum computer. It was like so many vacuum hoses.
Absolutely, a vacuum computer. There's no doubt that's what it was.
I always wondered where the Corvette got the idea for the rear reverse lights on the side of the 84 Corvette. The rear reverse lights. They were next to the license plate. I put LEDs in mine. Mine was in 87. I was showing pictures of that a couple of weeks ago, and it was, I put some LEDs back there. Just, the problem with those, the ones in the Corvette, the reflector was black, and it was a one-piece of plastic. I tried to cut it open so I could paint it white in there, but I ruined the thing trying to cut it open because there was no reflective capability of that black reflector. So I just put LEDs. Yeah, I just bought some LED lights that were about the same size and put them in there. They were bright. They looked pretty good. Must have worked. Honda's always had low emissions. Yeah, it worked, but it was the gangly mess under the hood was horrible. Although it worked, I guess. Worked until it didn't. So you're saying I shouldn't buy an 85 Civic. Oh, I don't know. Just get a roll.
Wait a minute. I'll say it.
Just get a roll of vacuum hose.
I'll say it. Don't buy an 85 Civic.
Oh. Well, I'm talking about the ones on the sides of the car at the rear. You know, I'm not even sure about that. I'm going to have to look at a back of an 84 Corvette and see what that is. Because the 87, which is the same body, had them next to the license plate. So I really don't know 1 year to the next. I thought they were the same, but maybe they weren't. There were no Mexican Hondas. Honda started selling cars here in... Oh. Man, I wanted to ask him about something. Now I can't think of what it was. Something in Mexico. I'll think of it.
85 Civics were nice cars.
Ah, Rick Shea. Hello from Henderson, Nevada. It's 103 degrees.
Hey, Rick.
You know, I missed 100-degree weather. And you're sitting there fanning yourself, and it's like 70 in here.
Just sitting here.
I got to take her to Henderson, Nevada sometime.
Sometime.
And we'll go see the Strip in Las Vegas, and
That sounds good.
and it'll be 103, and it'll be nice because it'll be in the evening, and the sun won't be on us. And
103 degrees, but what's the humidity?
the humidity like 10%, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a little higher in Vegas than it
Because
is.
the AC is running here and the humidity is still just swampy.
Yeah, when you walk outside here, it feels a little like you walked in the bathroom right after
It feels
taking
like
a
you
shower.
fell in a pond if you walk outside. It just goes, woo!
79 Honda CBX 1050 i6 Sport Bike came with 150 mile an hour speedo, 80 to 82 had a 85. Yeah, it's like that was stupid. What I really hated about the 85 mile an hour speedometers is they were graduated in fives. They went 5, 15, 25, 35, 55, 45, 55 like that. And you know how many times I got it wrong because I think I'd be going 50 and I'd be going 55 because I wasn't used to seeing the 5 mile an hour increments with numbers. It was horrible. It's a government solution to a problem that didn't exist. All C4 Corvettes had the side reverse lights. Pull up the... Look at that. C4s. See that black one right there? That one. See, mine was like that. It had the reverse lights on either side of the license plate. I'm not even sure what he's talking about. Yeah, Las Vegas is in the desert, no humidity.
You can do it, Dougster. Just keep
Where is it?
working
Where
on
is it?
that.
Where is it? I'm lost.
At the very bottom. It's just.
Those rear core earring lights on the Vette seem like. I'm not sure what they're talking about. Earring lights. What are they talking about? I should know that. I had a C4. But they only came on when it was in reverse. I don't even know about these. Look up an 84. Maybe. What are they talking about? I don't see it. There's some. See, I'm wrong. Reverse, not corner. Yes, Buff. They had two sets of. See, I remember putting mine in reverse and checking out the lights, and I don't remember that. What the heck? Mine probably didn't work. I don't know. Because mine had them next to license plate. I remember that really well. Because they looked like crap. They just weren't bright. Anyway, it sucks reversing in the dark. Oh, mine, after I put the LEDs back there, it was like not quite as good as headlights in the back, but they were really good. We're under a heat watch. Oh, look at my heat watch. Oh, we're under a heat watch. It will be 114 on Tuesday. Oh, that's like the low summer temperature in Yuma. Yuma's like 115, and sometimes it'll get up like 124.
I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know Corvettes at all. I know nothing about Corvettes. I think I sat in a Corvette one time. I like the Stingrays.
He says they're on the side.
I like the old Stingrays. Those were cool. But I just don't know a lot about them.
Well, the rear side marker has a white and red in the same housing. Oh. See if you can find a picture of a C4 from the side, and we can look at the side marker in the back.
Okay.
Oh, that's possible, and mine probably were burned out, and I just didn't even know it. Because when I put mine in reverse, the only thing that was on was the, look at that one. Can you zoom in on the side marker light in the back?
No.
Oh, there.
That seems to have some kind of side.
Okay, and I saw another one there in your thumbnails. That one right there, the blue one. Yeah, I think they're right. What the heck? Mine just didn't light up. They probably burn out, and I didn't know any better. Huh. Well, I'll see that car again because it's in Phoenix, and I know the guy that has it. He's a pilot for he's a drone pilot. Can you need a proper fan, dear? Remember, but ladies wield a fan. Both could do serious damage. Fan? What kind of fan? Like this kind of fan, or like this kind of fan?
No, I got a fan. A blade.
A blade. So they didn't hear. They took regular cab short bed trucks and made carryalls. They did start off as Ram Chow. Okay. I wonder what Uncle Tony thinks. I'm not in South America. South America. You're in North America. I don't know. Mexico's North America. It's not Central America. I mean, the very south part might touch Central America. I don't know. Yes, the white part is the reverse light. See, mine never worked. I wasn't even aware of that. And I had one for 10 years. I had that car. Probably had burnt-out bulbs when I got it. And I just didn't know any better. Yeah, I worked at Chevy late. Yeah, they probably worked in '87. I got my Corvette in '07. So it was already, 20 years old? Man, I had a 264 Galaxy. Second one was an XL. But it was a rust bucket. gas tank fell out going down the road. That's really bad. The RCMP behind me was really excited. He thought I was going to blow up. Let's blow up a gas tank. No, I had a 64 Ford, and I built like a 28-gallon tank, and I put it under there with some big, hefty... I put it under with like original straps, but they started to break. It didn't fall out, but I could see it was going. So I put some big, heavy straps under there. And then it was during the first fuel problem. And then I put two, it was 28. I had 64 gallons total, and I had pumps and cross feeds and everything. I could put any gas in anything. And then I had a handle I could pump gas from my car in another car. When I had that thing full, though, I had big overloads in the back, and it still set slightly low in the back. When it was low on fuel, it actually set up a little bit. Had kind of a nose low look to it. I used to get A's in geography, and I did well with anything geography because I had a globe and maps and everything before I even went to school. I knew everything was. We went on a trip one time. We lived in California. It was in 1958. I was 4 years old, and I'm following on the map. And my father says, "Hey," he goes, "Don't be disappointed when we go into Arizona. It's not going to turn yellow or whatever color it was on the map," which I thought was kind of funny even then.
Dougster, that is a wicked stereotype you just wove into
What's
a
that? Where?
tapestry of vet. Oh man.
Where is this? Where is this?
Dougster Wolverine
Oh.
Garage. Right between
Official
all
vet.
the Mexican specs comments.
Dress slacks, tile socks, dicks. What? I don't know. I had a Corvette. I didn't dress any different.
No, you were always you.
I just me. That it isn't easy to work on with the hood out of the way. Well, you know what was nice about the C4s is the whole thing lifted up, and they gave you a place to sit, which is a front tire. You just sit on the front tire. You could work on everything. The only thing bad about the C4 that those gas struts start to wear out, and that thing come down on you, kill you. So I always had I always put a safety thing in there, which would probably be a 2x2 or something, so that because I was always thinking that thing could come crashing down on me.
Are vets still cool? Can you buy a new vet and be cool? Is that how it works still, or? I think owning a new vet and owning an old vet is very different.
Yeah,
The two things are very different.
The old Corvettes, the original Corvettes, and even the C2s, they were like a Chevrolet. They had Chevrolet engine and transmission, and it was pretty much just a Chevy in a small fiberglass car. And now it's like it's an amazing supercar. And for the price, it's really amazing, but I can't afford something like that. And it's not like a normal Chevrolet. It's a whole different thing. Official vet owner's uniform. Slick back hair, Hawaiian shirt, denim shorts. Pulled up. Heavy on the brute. Jeez.
I know, he's really whipping out the stereotypes. Damn!
Put a tank in trunk with 5 feet of hose. Put a tank in trunk. I had two. They were tanks that were supposed to be side saddle tanks for a Ford pickup. I had them in the back. And then it was pretty cool. I had electric pumps. What were those really nice, hefty electric pumps?
I don't know. Holly makes a nice electric pump.
It's one of the good ones. It wasn't little facet pumps. It was a beefy pump. And then I had all these valves that they use normally for motorhomes or trucks with dual tanks. So, and then I had a panel I made so I could move fuel around and swap it or pump it into another car. It's pretty nice. Oh, I went on a trip from California to Denver, Colorado. I never got gas the whole trip. Going there, I had to get gas while I was there.
Oh, there's my segue.
What?
Can we talk about something other than Corvettes?
Oh, yeah.
10
How
minutes?
about it?
For 10 minutes. Okay, here's my segue to something other than Corvettes. Give me a second to get myself set up.
You got a whole
Make
bunch of
some
stuff
comments.
over there.
I got some stuff from Jags, but I also got a special package from Amazon.
Oh,
Special package from Amazon.
so you're gonna do an unboxing?
Amazon unboxing live.
Is that why the knife is here?
That is why I left the knife on the table. I did not bring the knife to the table, but I left the knife on the table. Can you see where this opening of this box is?
There's no opening.
If I cut this, will it open?
Maybe.
Feels like it's a solid thing.
Watch out with this
open at the
knife. You're getting
end?
dangerous. Women with a knife.
Oh, I see it. I see it. Okay. It's one of those
Yeah,
packs.
she got it from Jags, not Summit. They're both like similar kind of place.
You know what? It is through Amazon, but I think it came direct from the seller. I'm not really sure.
Oh, this is an Amazon?
I did purchase it on Amazon.
Looks like you need more cutting. You need more cutting.
Okay. I wanted to buy it from someone else, but Amazon was so cheap, and so you'll
There's
see
no
why.
smile on the box. It's not from
I know.
Amazon.
Usually it is only like that from Amazon, but this is.
Okay, you got to cover this up.
They can't see any of that.
They
It's
can't
too
see any of
small.
that. Well, yeah, it's
Too
gonna have.
small. Okay, we can show them that.
What is this? She got one of these. Big box with one of these.
Oh, show them that.
What is this?
These are nice gun
It's
brushes.
like a gasket and
Check out
and
the
a piece
tiny
of
gun brushes.
and a piece of
It is.
hose. Some
Here it is. Here it is.
gun cleaning brushes. She says.
It is a one-barrel carburetor. Whoop!
Oh, you
Comes with its
throwing
own fuel
parts on the
filter.
floor.
And this is going to be my
And
substitute.
she got one of these.
Yeah. It comes with a. You're getting the whole official unboxing here. This is going to be my
That
replacement.
has an odd smell.
Ooh.
What's it smell? Oh, it doesn't stink. It just is a weird smell.
I don't know.
You don't like the smell? Smells like China. You ever been to China? Maybe
Kippa.
What's it?
K-I-P-A. Kippa.
That's the name of the carburetor?
That's the name of the import company.
Shiniest one barrel I ever saw.
Right? It's not even chrome. It's just not
I was gonna
corroded
say,
yet.
did you have them chrome that?
No, it's just aluminum. Tin? Is that pot metal or is that aluminum?
I have no idea.
That's just pot metal. Just zinc. Right?
Zinc.
It'll last about a year. I know it'll only last a year. That's all I need. Naval appraisal.
The nasal appraisal.
Drink it in a little bit.
What
Smells like
what is that smell?
damp upholstery that
it
was
is a
old in the
really
first place.
really weird smell.
I think it probably smells like whatever kind of oil they used for the mold release.
Oh, it could be. It's a Holly. It's a replacement for a Holly something.
Okay, no.
But
So
what is it?
a monobog? What's a monobog?
What's it going on? It's going on her dart for now, because it has a slant 6 that has a little one barrel Holly that's. Oh man! Somebody filled something and drilled a hole where it doesn't belong, and there's other problems.
It's got a lead plug in one of the air bleeds, and then it's drilled out into the. I don't know why they did that modification. I've never heard of anybody advocating for a modification.
It doesn't
like
work
that.
well.
And then the little inner thing for the air bleeds and stuff like that, it's warped. They used the wrong gasket, and then to make up for the fact that the thick gasket didn't reach to the ends of the piece, they over tightened the bolts a lot so that it all warped. So that it's
Yeah,
just,
1920. It was. That's what is on there, I guess.
so the Holly 1920 has seen better days, and I looked it up, and for a decent replacement Holly 1920, it's over $200, and I can't justify that. I'm not leaving a Holly 1920 on that car for the long term. So this is just an interim carburetor, and this is some kind of Ford variety of carburetor. That's how it was listed. Something.
As long as the base gasket's the same,
Ford.
it'll bolt up.
It looks a lot bigger around than the Holly 1920,
Oh,
doesn't it?
is that going to open up into your manifold?
Well, I think if we use enough of these gaskets, Just
It's like
pile
pile
enough
of gaskets.
gaskets up there. We can get that to go. I'm
Well,
more
we'll make an
concerned about
adapter that's about this long
width.
and like a funnel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Maybe
know.
the best Holly 1920 is garbage. I need to smash mine with a hammer too. Yeah, maybe that will be one of our 30 shorts in 30 days.
We got to do 30 shorts in 30 days, according to John
I was
Wilburn. He
thinking-
gave us this challenge.
This challenge.
And I don't know what I'm going to do. Will your accelerator hook up to it? No. But she took the thing off the other carburetor, which we'll be able to put onto this one and probably make it all work.
So it is a lever linkage that rotates, and it would not fit a factory replacement Holly 1920 either, because it's a 66 model car. So I was going to have to fabricate something no matter what. So we decided,
Well, no linkage is way out here. You'll be able to just bolt that thing on there with a couple little screws or something.
yeah, I should be able
It'll
to
be
tack
okay.
weld it onto the linkage here.
I don't know if you want to weld on any
Holly
carburetor.
bugs. Now I have a 2-barrel, but I was looking right, and Mexican spec. You were talking about, oh, those 2-barrel intakes are, you can find them all over the place. They want $500 or more
Just
for-
Super Beetle.
for a 2-barrel intake for a slant 6.
Fabric hobble. That's what we're going to do.
Well, for
Fabric.
$500, instead of putting a 2-barrel intake on my slant 6, I can get an entire running, carb to oil pan 318 and put it in the car and add 100 horsepower. I'm just not
You
spending
just reminded me.
$500 on an intake manifold.
You just reminded
You
me
people are crazy.
what I wanted to ask
And
Mexican.
Aussie Speed wants $700. No, I'm not
You
doing it.
just reminded me of what I
No.
wanted to ask Mexican Spec. I think he mentioned one time there were a lot of 2-barrel. What is going on?
You know what? John Wilburn must have finished
Ended.
his stream.
Okay, so the 2-barrel slant 6 manifolds. Yeah, I'm going to look at what. That's exactly. You answered the question before I asked it. Yeah, I want to see what. I think they were on. What were those things on? They were called Super 6s. They were on the
They were on
Valaris
the
and Aspens or something.
Aspen Valaris, yeah.
Okay,
They
so-
pretty much all had them, and some of the trucks had them too, the Slant 6 powered trucks.
So I want to know.
And you don't need the carburetor. The linkages are very helpful. Having the linkage, the kickdown linkage is very helpful.
Well,
But
see,
that can be fabricated, but the aluminum manifold is a complex thing.
shipping would be a lot, but I can get them for like $50 USA.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it
but
would
let's
be
find
worth-
out what the shipping will be. A big box. At least it's aluminum.
It'll be a big box, but
Dr.
they're
Go.
really light. There's not much to them. But it's about this wide, so you
Oh,
need...
look, John just wrapped up and told everyone that you guys were live now as a top of the... Okay, well, good.
Welcome to the stream, Dr. Go. Thank you, John Wilburn. I know that he was also kind of pumping someone else's live, so wherever you find yourself, thanks for coming. If you weren't able to... Some people will come here this week or next week. It doesn't matter. We're here having a good time. We're talking about Corvettes. We were talking about the carburetor that I got for my Slant 6 powered 66 Dodge Dart.
John Wilburn's here. Oh, hey, John.
Hey, John, welcome to the stream.
Man, you got me started with this
Whoa, he's
challenge.
all about that challenge.
This challenge, it's like, oh, man, I'm going to have fun with this.
We were talking about one of the things we can do. Since we've got me a replacement, so once we have this working, we're gonna blow up or
Don't
melt.
tell what we're going to do on our...
Well, okay. We're gonna dispose of the Holly 1920 before it can hurt anyone else.
So, what I was going to say about the 2-barrel manifold on the aluminum 2-barrels. What is that thing? Super 6 manifold?
Super 6.
Super 6 manifold on the slant 6s. On mine, we just put a... I'm too many things at once. I'm going too many ways at once. We put one of those Ford 2-barrels. What's that thing called? An Autolite something?
An adapter from 2 to 4 barrel, yeah.
No.
No.
2-barrel
carburetor, yeah.
2-barrel to 2-barrel. It's just the holes are the same size. It's just the bolts are in a different place. So the adapter's real simple. It's not like some goofy thing.
Right.
So that carburetor works so well on a slant 6. What a perfect carburetor for that slant 6. So I really like that. Anyway,
it's a higher quality. Like, it has a better vacuum signal to and fuel atomization qualities than the Holly 1920 was just like the cheapest thing they could put onto those cars. And when they're old and they haven't been rebuilt properly and they're a little bit clogged and they just don't work very well and they're expensive to replace. It's like, if I'm going to spend that much money, I'm going to buy a carburetor that's easy to rebuild, easy to tune, and has good response. So,
Well,
they call him Dr. Go. We like Dr. Go. He's been really cool. So, glad he's
John
here.
Wilbur says, Buff, you do the challenge, you'll crush 500. Remember what Kim said? She says, Buff, you'll get the 80 more. And I said, with what I'm going to do, I'll get 8,000 more. 'Cause I'm crazy. So on the shorts, I can be crazy. I don't have to be all, fit within like we're building this car and putting this up bolts here. And I can be a little crazier on the shorts. And they don't have to be a full minute. They can just go.
That's true.
Just do
15
something.
seconds. But
I did a lot of shorts in the past, and I didn't see a lot of response from them, but I didn't go after it like that. So it'll be different.
And you know what? After a year of continuously making content and getting feedback from YouTube and from other people in our community and stuff like that, you can't necessarily say in words the things that you've learned about making content, but you learn a lot, and you have to do it to understand. Like, you could see how, we could have been doing this all along, but you couldn't because you didn't know, and now you do, and you can do better. And hopefully, as we've learned, we'll grow, and then as we gain an audience, we'll be able to serve that audience content that they want. You really don't want a huge audience and then have no idea how to make content for them, because that's not so good.
I was going to say something. I'm lost. I don't
Some
remember what I was
of the
say.
Dodges used the Carter BBS. I don't know why there was two choices. Does someone know? Maybe I should Google it. Show your humor. He's not funny. He is. He loves telling stories.
Well, I say stuff like on John's live, I said stuff that he was laughing at because I think of weird stuff, and I'll just type whatever I feel like. Like, I want to know, he says he made those banners, the dimension that would fit the space they had on the wall.
Oh, yeah.
So whatever that thing's called, that panel. So I want a dimension of the panel because I expect to get one of those banners, and I want to make sure I make my panel the right size, which is kind of funny. But they never told me the dimension.
Oh, yeah.
What are you looking at? Carter? Oh, some kind of carburetor stuff. Carburetors. Well, see, it used to be I do some shorts, but I don't know. See, the thing with shorts is I really don't like the format, but I'll do it. And who knows, it might work for me. Oh, what are you looking at there?
This is Allpar forums.
Okay.
Allpar. I want to see, he was asking what they were from, and I don't know. That's a 2-barrel. That's a BBD. VBS.
Oh, we had a BBD.
I have one in a box.
See, Buff, Russian Buff story was great. See, and I that's the worst video I've done. Fewest views.
No views at all.
Just terrible. And it's like, I guess some people like it, but it's a terrible video for me because it's not cars. But then, I don't know, it's sort of cars. I mean, it was a vehicle in Russia. I have all kinds of Russian stories, but I don't want to tell them on here so much. Let's see 30 Days of Shorts, Buff. I'll have your banner on the last train to Clarksville. This is the last train to Clarksville here. They no longer have trains here. Although that song, they wrote that song, and it was the last train to Clarksdale, which was in Arizona. And when they went to, what do they call it, published, when they went to do that recording, they didn't think that sounded good, so they made it Clarksville instead of Clarksdale. I'm glad they did, because I don't think Clarksdale would have sounded good. Buff is just the way he is. I am different. Um, I just do shorts on my mechanical maintenance projects. I have no idea what is better next. Well, so many times I've taken my phone and instead of doing this to do a video, I'm stupid and I do this instead. Like I call this a back and forthy, and this is an up and downy. I'll do an up and downy, and it's like, oh, I just ruined the video because now it's an up and downy. Well, I should take some of those and just publish them as shorts. I don't know. They're probably outdated now, but so I always say to Kim, I think because she'll do the same thing. She'll make up and downies instead of back and forthies. I'll go, hey, that's an up and downy. I'm just sharing my real life projects. Yeah, Dr. Go, you were. I like the story about your hair. I think that's pretty interesting. He has real long hair. You know that story?
I don't think I saw that story.
Well, he could tell you. You could go on and look at his. He has a video all about it because he's not a long-haired kind of guy. He's doing it for a purpose, and it's pretty cool. So, any of you that want to know about Dr. Go's hair, go look at his channel. Watch the video. It's probably from a week or two ago. Pretty good video. How many monkeys are still alive? Oh, I think 2 maybe. I'm not sure. Clarksville, Michigan has train tracks running through it. Yeah, we have train tracks here, but no more train. We have a river that has still run barges and river boats and stuff. Not, well, I guess they do have river boats like for passengers occasionally, but it's a navigable river. Is the what river is it? What river? I can't think of what the river is. So, but no more trains. Well, actually, they do have a train that runs around in Clarksville, but it's a little local thing that moves stuff around. Just Mickey Dolan's. So it's only Mickey left. Yeah, I was in junior high school when that group was really going. And my sister was 2 years younger than me. She had every, they were records then, 45 RPM records. She had every record from the Monkees, and I used to listen to a lot of it. Yeah, back in the old top 40 days on the radio stations, and I had the local radio station on my paper route. So that was the last thing on my paper route. I'd stop there, and it was in a basement. I could stand there and look down and see the disc jockey down there, and I had a little radio, and I could listen to him and watch him. There were girls that hung out there. So that's another good reason to hang out there. All the groupies looking at the DJ. But I remember a lot of songs were Monkees. They weren't bad for a manufactured band. Yeah, they were a manufactured band. But they did okay. They were the TV show, The Car. Remember the Monkey Mobile? Oh, that was a pretty good car. I didn't like the top on it, but I liked the rest of it. It's my long hair. Just can't cover up my red neck.
I forget what song that is. Is that a joke song or is that a real one?
I don't know. Anybody else forget to hit that like button? Yeah, hit the like button. I don't usually ask for likes and subscribes, but if somebody else asks, it's really good. Yeah, it was a GTO, and they took the hood. The hood has an inside piece and an outside piece. They took the inside piece off. They flipped the hood over, and they put the inside piece on somehow so it worked. So the inside of the hood became the outside, and that's why it was curved down like that and the supercharger sticking out of it. It was pretty cool. I read a lot about that David Allen Coe song.
Oh, it's
Jody Pearson. Somebody new? Jody Pearson. Welcome. You didn't see it. Jody.
Wait, Jody Pearson. David Allen Coe song. Okay. Good call, Jody. Thank you.
The late Jim Bennett. Oh, man. I remember Jim really well. Had intended to build a functional monkey mobile, but never did. Tons of parts collected. Man, he was a talented guy, and his life came to an abrupt end. It was just sad. Man. Thanks for the reminder to hit the like button. You always hit like buttons for people. My like button's messed up for some reason. I don't know what's going on. It's
You know what?
doing
Mine
something
did that
weird.
today too, so it's not just
It's
your
not my computer.
No,
It's okay. Because
it's
I'm going to
something
hit
with-
the like button here, although I don't know if I'm not
You
supposed
can't
It
like
did the
your
s-
own
It did the
stream.
same. Well, I did
Yeah.
it to test it. Yeah, there's something wrong with the like button on YouTube,
Something
I
wrong
think.
with the like button. Is anybody else's like button doing weird things? It's supposed to have a
I
nice
have a
little
toy monkey
animation.
mobile made by Husky Toys, similar to Matchbox car. Man, see, that
neat.
was over 50 years ago. Yeah, there it is.
I had it up on the screen.
Oh, I missed that. I wasn't looking at the screen. Why don't I look at the screen?
Here, I'll bring it back. There it is.
Yeah, it had that big
I couldn't
nose
get the
on it.
size. I can't get
And it
the
had the CB, it had those
Yeah, here
CBA
they
or
are
whatever
all
they
sitting
are,
on it there.
French headlights that were turned on their sides. It just goes away, not laid up black. Yeah, that's what happens to mine. It just goes away. Piff.
Something's wrong.
Yeah, the
Somebody
like
let them
button
know.
changed today. Well, see what happened was it changed. I always leave my computer on, my laptop's on all night. And I go to sleep with a video on, and usually I fall asleep during the video. And then it's finished. So it's quiet. And about 4 in the morning, my computer rebooted, which is really strange. Don't know why. So then, later that day, after I woke up, the like button just goes away. It's like, something wrong. So I rebooted my computer, and it worked. I thought, okay, it's me. But then it stopped again. It's like, And then I told Kim about it. She goes, well, something wrong with your computer. Yes,
Yeah,
something
we
wrong.
do though.
Something wrong. Yeah, I know those. That's that whole thing. Which, by the way, was not racist. They were making fun of the info babes that were reading without thinking. It's great, but I'm not going to repeat it. Kitsy Fluff. Kitsy Fluff. That name seems different for you, because I know Kitsy Fluff. CAD operator, machinist extraordinaire. Has his own little machine shop. Hoosier Garage has Jim's purple satellite he was going to build for inaugural no-name nationals. Man, I didn't know that. Yeah, it's a downgrade. Yeah, we're going to have a downgrade. They'll get around to it. They'll get it fixed. They weren't done watching you. Buff, they weren't done watching you. Buff, they weren't. I've used this name for 14 years. Okay. Because I met him, I don't know, like summer of 2022. And, man, I was pushing him.
Is that like a furry thing?
I was
Because they do
pushing
that
him.
furry thing in Pittsburgh every year.
I made some designed some wing fittings. I didn't make anything. I designed some some more people know me as Kitsy than my real name, really. I designed some wing fittings that really had to be close tolerance. And he pulled it off. I mean, just there was one that was a little bit off, and I said, hey, this one's off, and he made another one. And so I used those.
Oh, they do. They go to Anthrocon in Pittsburgh every year.
What's
that was
this?
always in the news. The furries are coming to Pittsburgh.
Really?
I'm from Pittsburgh. That's why I find it amusing. I had some friends who were furries.
Ah.
You know.
So that's what that's
I guess
about.
Happy Pride Month. I don't know if furries are part of
see-
Pride or not, but
See, Kitsy Fluff is from Southern California, but he ended
Yeah.
up in the Northeast, and that's where I met him. And he's like I say, machinist extraordinaire. You don't meet many guys like that, and he's yeah, good stuff.
nice.
I don't know. Do you have a website yet, Kitsy Fluff, or some way so people that want machine work can get a hold of you? I mean, if you sent him a drawing, he'd probably make anything that's not enormous.
John, a furry is I should probably not speak for it. You could look it up, but furries are generally people who have, like, they wear like outfits to pretend to be animal or part animal.
I can't believe you asked that. Well, generally pretty nice people.
Oh, there's, it's like this. No. Furries are people. So some of them are real assholes, but a lot of
Personal
them are probably
website.
super
I gotta
cool.
do that, but I can be contacted for that. Okay, Can he put his email address up here or something?
Why
If you want.
Why don't we arrange that for another night?
Okay, what we'll do.
We'll get it.
If you're interested in coming on as a guest on here, we'll do that. And if you're not interested in that, what we'll do is send me your information if you're interested in this to buffdelcampo@gmail.com, and I'll put it on my community page, which is something I got to build up anyway. And I'll put that on the community page because, you know, you don't meet many guys that'll take a drawing and make really perfect stuff, you know. And it's yeah. Good,
Okay,
good
changing
guy.
the subject.
Yeah, and-
Iceman. I'm sure The Shining was not the first incidence of a furry in film. I'm sure they go way back. Way back. But
Hello, Colleen.
John, curiosity is the first step to becoming a furry.
I don't know.
It's not my thing, but there's some people who just have a heck of a good time. They've got, like, how
John.
people go all in on their cars. Furries go all in on their costumes. Got these big, giant fur costumes. Like, you remember Chuck E. Cheese? And if you were, like, really paying attention, Chuck E. Cheese had, like, a fan in the bottom of their outfit because it would get real hot in there. And, like,
Show us some furries on
got
the big
all
screen.
I'm not showing.
Okay.
Okay, I will.
Well, no, I don't know. I don't know
No,
because
there's
I
not.
don't know anything about.
Okay.
But I have a question here because Mexican Spec brought something up.
This is not the topic of our live stream, though.
Mexican Spec brought something up here that I didn't even think of. Can we use a community page for 4,000 subs? John Wilburn, maybe you know the answer to that.
I think
don't
it's
know.
500.
Oh, I don't know.
I think it's.
Maybe I
think it's-
can't. Maybe I can't put it on a community page. Maybe I'll have to do. Maybe I'll do a short.
I think community kicks in at 5, or it might even kick in at 3. I got early access. They were just like, we invite you to early access to your community page. But I hardly use it. But
So that was before I met you. Because by the time I met you at No Name Nationals, you already had 500. Everyone gets a community tab now. Okay, so that answers that.
okay.
Because the first annual No Name Nationals is where I met Kim. Where'd you meet your girlfriend? Oh, at a drag race. It was 1,000, then 500, now everyone. Wonderful. I'm everyone. Are you going to show something rude, or is that
No, they're just people in suits.
Okay.
Let me resize
people in
this.
suits?
Oh, this is Pittsburgh. See, there's the Gateway Clipper Fleet. Oh, what did I just do there?
I don't know. Don't put anything rude up there.
Oh, no, it won't be rude. I don't think it will be. I hope it's not. See, there's people in their suits. There's Pittsburgh road closed, which of course, it's Pittsburgh. The
Pittsburgh
roads
roads are closed, yeah.
Oh,
Furry
there's
is this
somebody in
modern
the-
term started in the 90s, but it's existed as pocket groups for decades, maybe longer.
Yeah.
Chords are sparse. Many people in the furry community are extremely skilled at something.
Yeah, costume people, movie people, but just people who enjoy it. Like, it could be any kind of person that likes to do furry stuff.
They are in costumes, Buff. You can't see anything. It's just sometimes I don't know what's going to come up.
No, you know what? I can't think of seeing a lot of, like, indecent furry costumes.
Kitsy Fluff, you're wrong. The internet itself was invented by furry engineers. No, it was invented. I know who invented the internet because he told us so.
Al Gore.
And that was Al Gore. Well, I invented the internet.
Maybe Al Gore is secretly a furry. You just don't know.
I
You
invented
don't
the internet.
know.
I thought, that's not true. I couldn't believe he said that. If it does come up, you won't see it on a... I invented the internet.
All right.
Yeah, and I'm an astronaut. Oh, man.
We'll do our nightly.
Oh,
weekly plug
are
for
we gonna
Mexican
are we
Spec.
gonna go through next?
We're not gonna go through
We
Mexican
went through
Spec
way
this
too. We got really carried away with his stuff, but I kind of wanted to do that. But this time, just hit the first few new ones.
Okay.
Yeah, Al Gore. Yep, Al Gore.
Mexican Spec is a friend of the channel, and he facilitates the import after a certain age, you can bring cars in from Mexico into the United States. What is it, 20 years or 25 years? Somebody correct me.
Algorithm. It's an algorithm.
That's why they call it an algorithm. Okay. You've been pronouncing it wrong the whole time.
Okay, let's look at some of his car. This is one of those four-door Japanese trucks, I think, with a little short bed. Look at where the wheels are. But it's a four-door. I mean, that'd be an interesting vehicle to have. You know what that'd be perfect for? Run around at no-name nationals for people that need stuff moved here and there, and put a generator in the back of it. And
is that basically like an Isuzu or Suzuki?
I don't know. What does it say? What does he say it is?
Isuzu drivetrain.
Isuzu.
Okay. Well,
So what is it? A Chevy Love?
That's what it's called.
Okay, yeah. It's
It's
Isuzu.
a Chevy branded Isuzu.
Yeah.
K5 Blazer. That's pretty slick. I'll click on some.
And those up in the Northeast are so rusty they're gone. They've returned to the earth. And in Mexico, they're still trucks.
Right. And a lot of these vehicles are maybe not original. They may have the labor rate in Mexico can be very low. So sometimes they do really nice restorations on vehicles.
Yeah. Okay, and there, Dougster says that's a beautiful truck, which I think it probably is. What's it got for an engine? Are these all slant sixes, or is this? You can scroll down and
no, it says it's a 360 V8.
Oh, that's a hell of a truck.
Yeah, that'd be a great truck.
Oh man!
And
see what you can have. See what Mexican Spec can just ship that up to you, and you can
so
go down
we
to the border
cannot
and pick it up.
vouch for the quality or anything of any of these vehicles. We're not selling them, and Mexican Spec is facilitating the sale. So he is sort of a buyer and seller sort of
Broker
representative
kind
kind of person. So if you have questions or concerns, make sure you ask them. Buyer beware as always, but you might be able to score yourself a really slick Mexican vehicle that's ultra rare and super fun.
Here's what I'll say about Mexican Spec. I never met the guy except on here, but I've got things from him, and he's always been truthful with me. He's always given me tracking information. Every business I've done with him, he's come through perfectly.
He's on the ball.
He's, as far as I'm concerned, he's on the ball. I've never bought a vehicle from him, but I would expect it would be the same thing. What is that steering wheel? That's a different. Maybe I just don't know what they look like. I like that.
What about the gear shift lever? I don't know what it's supposed to look like, so.
I don't know.
But anyways, Mexican Spec is frequently in the live streams and comment sections of automotive. He is an automotive person, and he loves what he does. And
only 252 made with the 5-speed.
Oh, ultra rare 5-speed. There you go. So, anyways, he's going to be able to answer your questions and facilitate things. We get in contact with him if you and the easiest way to find him is on Instagram. He is Mexican Spec. So
and if you get on Instagram and subscribe or follow, whatever they call it, Mexican Spec, you'll see so many good cars. Can you scroll up? My favorite car this week
okay.
is that Plymouth on the far, that one.
This one.
I love that car. I like that car. Man.
Plymouth Savoy 2-door.
It's a 62, first of the B-bodies. I mean, I don't think I'd leave the paint like that, but I like the car, Oh, and somebody put a newer column and newer steering wheel in it, but what the heck?
I mean, they had to, I guess.
But
think of it like...
Look at that. Look at that. Man.
Like getting a Cuban vehicle, right? It's been around the block many, many times. I still think Max is a bot. Maybe.
He's a pretty good bot.
I mean, he's AI.
So this, it's a slant.
It has a 1-barrel slant 6. See, that's what this carburetor that I just got. You can put one of these carburetors on it and get 100 miles to the gallon. That's what they say.
It says that car will end as a NASCAR tribute. Yeah, except the NASCAR ones weren't posts. I think they were hard tops, but I may be wrong. But yeah, I mean, I just drive it. I'd probably put my, if I had that, that's the car I'd put my 318 Poly in.
Oh yeah, that'd
Because
be
I had a
good car for
63 that
Polly.
looked just like that, but little differences. The front end I like on a 63. But the 63 is actually my brother's car. It had a 318 Poly in it, and I really like that car. Man. It's manual transmission shifter on the floor of the Jeep, which is rare. May not so rare. 2000. Oh God, my not so rare 2000. Yeah, that. Yeah, you're way up north where everything gets salt.
Yeah, and I mean, if you see it as a not as maybe a perfect finished car, but as a really good start to a solid vehicle, and if you have concerns about where they rust or where frames crack or they're very old vehicles obviously, and they probably lived several lives in Mexico. So if you have concerns, you could address those with somebody who lives in Mexico and
Stray
can
bullet.
maybe make it happen.
Hello. I don't
So,
know about a 392, I guess. I mean, that's a big old
we're
heavy
not
engine.
sponsored in any way. This is just kind of like a shout out to Mexican Spec, acts as moderator in our channel and several others. So we'd like to see him be successful so he can continue to do what he does. And
Mexican Spec. I think you said you're like on the very south end of the Sonoran Desert, but I'm not sure. I know if you go further south of Mexico, it starts getting wet. My parents used to go out on the Yucatan Peninsula, and they liked hanging out there. But I think it was really wet and more tropical. I'm a Sonora Desert guy. Yuma, Arizona, it's right in the middle of it. Man, everything's dry. All the cars are dried out. You might have some rot in the interior, but that's easy to replace. But no rust. Never rust.
413 Street Block. What does street block mean?
I'm not sure.
Tell us, Dougster, what does street block specify? Or was it supposed to be big block
Well,
or small block?
A 413 is very much like a 440, but I'm not sure what that means. The DeSoto's a tiny little Hemi engine. Yeah, but you said 392, so I would think that's bigger.
What size is the DeSoto Hemi?
I don't know. I thought the 392s are pretty big, as opposed to a race block. Yeah, I don't know. Garage. If that 62 were made correctly in NASCAR tribute, it would be a high 5-digit cat. Probably means car.
Car, yeah.
I've had cars that turned into cats when I write car and it comes up cat.
Of course, because when I type car, I actually meant cat.
Well, you know where it comes up is on my phone with the autocorrect. Autocorrect has gotten me in trouble more than once.
Oh, you don't even need to tell the story.
My former wife, I was out in Arizona, she was here, and she's like, "Are you dating someone?" So I text to her, "I am not dating anyone," or "I'm not dating someone," something like that. It took not out. So it says I'm dating someone. It's like, what? I couldn't believe that's what it texted. What a disaster that was. Dr. Art has a DeSoto 392 Hemi. DeSotos are 341 and 345 in tall deck. I have one. My arthritis fingers are kicking my butt lately. Oh, man.
Mexican Spec, I will see your arthritic fingers and raise you 3 arthritic discs in my spine. I'm going to go and get injections in a couple of weeks and see if they can relieve some of the compression pain, because I just cannot do anything. I try for a little while. I don't know, some of you who watch the stream regularly see after a couple hours I'm really fading.
She usually doesn't
and I rest all day so I can be up for the stream.
She usually doesn't make it more than 2 hours, and she's beat. And I'm kind of the same way, and I don't know. I can go about like 3 hours, and then I'm done. I can barely walk back to the house. The problem with the 62 Savoy is it has no windshield. Oh, that's right, no windshield. Oh, and that's a kind of a V-shaped windshield. It's a 2-year windshield. Yeah, you'd almost have to find another.
Oh, speaking of windshields, we just got lucky. We were disassembling.
Oh, don't tell anybody.
Oh.
We found the back window to the Studebaker.
In a place we didn't know it was, and it could have gotten destroyed. And luckily we saved it.
Take a pill for the neck pain. It works, yeah. she does that.
I take a lot of pills. They're awful.
But
I mean, they're great. They help, but like, ugh.
she doesn't take any
pills every day.
she
is
doesn't
rough.
take any bad pills. She doesn't take anything that will be an addiction. But, you know, pain is just a problem. And I'm really lucky. I don't have any bad pain. I have diabetic numbness stuff in my toes, but I'm not in pain. I have been, but that stuff healed. I got run over by a car, and that healed up in some weeks. So the pain went away. A couple of days of what's RA? So,
Rheumatoid arthritis. Yeah.
Probably mostly weather related for me. That was one very nice truck too, but it's a U.S. truck. The blue one says 8 cilindros. Cilindros on the side, so it's Mexican. Ocho.
I'm excited for, well, I've got my carburetor put on, and we got the hardware we needed to put the fan onto the water pump, so we can get my Dart.
Oh, we got a good little video on that, because she bought a spacer that didn't fit. It didn't work.
Didn't fit.
Because it was made
The tolerances were off.
It was made shitty. So she made it.
It was very cheap.
She made it into something good. But we'll get that posted.
But yeah, we'll have the Dart, and then we can start working on the V8 engines. I've got 2 or 3 V8 engines. Oh, we've got 3 because we have your. What's the one that's in the van that we brought back?
I have a 318 Poly.
We have a 318 Poly. We have an LA 318, and we have a Magnum 360 that are all, in the pipe to get engined.
I have a 350 Chevy.
And I have a 904 transmission to rebuild. I have a 727 transmission that has been refurbished. It's within tolerance, so it doesn't need rebuild. I had to clean it out and inspect it. It's going to go back together with some new gaskets. And then we have manual transmissions. We've got a lot of parts we're going to be busy this winter, and that we're going to have something good to bring to No National.
Adam Culbertson. Hello.
Hi, Adam.
Good to see you here. Okay, are we, I don't know what we're doing.
393 would take a 25 overbore on the biggest.
That's his name. 393.
Oh, 392.
I would take a 250.
With a 380 stroke. Huh.
To get a 392.
I don't know my Hemis.
I don't know anything about it. Man, I was watching a guy do a dyno run yesterday, and he had a 400 small block Chevy that he overbored, which you can't do that very far. He put a 283 crank in it. He had 329 cubic inches, just over 327, and he was getting 500 horsepower out of that thing. Like at 7,200 RPM, though.
All right.
Man, let's see.
Dougster, I'm sorry that the man got sick, but that is the setup for like 1,000 Viagra jokes. Okay, speaking of taking pills, a late 30s guy from my neighborhood decided to take 7 Viagra once. It didn't kill him, but he had a really hard time with it.
All right.
But boom.
Not very smart guy. Why take one in your 30s? Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to get off the Viagra thing.
I mean, anybody could have problems at any time in their life for lots of reasons. So, if you need medication, talk to your doctor.
Or go to Mexico and just buy it.
Talk to your doctor about how DeSoda can help you.
Oh, let's see.
Talk to your doctor about Stellantis.
Stellantis.
Rocket scientist.
He was looking to party.
Yeah, he was looking to party. 7 at once. Like,
Never had to take them myself.
Good for you.
I guess nobody has to.
This is true.
I'm not going to go any further with that. It's just like.
I mean, I'm just not going to shame someone for taking medication for a problem that they're having.
Rim shot. Okay.
Oh, well. Wow, that completely derailed us. I don't know what to
That's,
say now.
yeah, what do we say now?
Boom, boom.
Why is this
You know what they sent me with this carburetor that I think
a
is...
gasket?
No, the gasket makes sense, but the thing that they sent, which is really, really nice, take a look at that set.
Oh,
Did you see that?
that's a cleaner thing, and it's got the same kind of cleaners like a torch tip cleaner.
Are these? I can't see up close. Are these just wire?
Oh, let me see.
Or are
I've
or
got
they have brushes in them?
my.
It's little gun brushes.
They look like threads. You know, they look exactly like these things. These things that you can't see. They look exactly like the cleaners for torch tips, except they're a little bigger around. Let's get out of the gutter. What kind of Corvette did you have? Who you talking to? Me? I had an 87, just a plain old Corvette. I could bring up pictures.
They're like this. No, I got a big picture right here. They're like this, right? Tiny little brushes. And I call them gun brushes, right? But they're just tiny little round brushes. And so we got a set of those with the carburetor. Now, why they would send them with a new carburetor, I guess, I don't know. But these things are slick for when you're rebuilding a carburetor. I mean, they're too good to have. They're just so good for cleaning and rebuilding carburetors. Get your set. If you don't have a set of these in your toolbox, you should have 2 sets. They're really good. Not sponsored, clearly. We need an Amazon affiliate link for these things. They sent them with this kit for free. That's cool. This carburetor, brand new, from some type of, from the other side of the planet, was $68 and
look
tax.
at that. There's my Corvette, and you can see
Okay.
those. You can see those lights.
You can see them there.
And they never lit up.
We were talking about those lights. Move your head. You're in the way of the light.
That's my Corvette right there.
There's the lights, just like they said.
Man, that's before I repainted up inside the wheel wells. I still had some red overspray there, and it's before I finished rubbing everything out. Let's see if I got other pictures. I can't find my. Where is it? Right there. Yeah, I got tired of the.
We don't mind Dougster, but we're moving along. Back to Corvettes.
I got tired of the flip-around headlights failing, so I put those in there, and those are some kind of German, what do you call them? Like they're projector lamps. Those are most... Yeah, oh, I sure did see them.
Yeah,
I sure do see the reverse lights, and I had I bet those bulbs are burned out, and I just never knew it. I never even thought of that. Man, never even thought of that. So, my those were bizarre headlights. I mean, they really work. So, yeah, I had that car for 10 years. It was silver when I got it. I painted it, and
You put those headlight things on?
yep, yeah, that's a kit. There's a guy that makes that kit, and I was looking for something to replace those flip-up headlights, because you know when they fail, they got plastic gears in them and stuff, and and then there's a little screw, you got to turn that screw, and it's like 40 or 50 turns to get the headlights to come up. And you know when they fail, at night, in the rain, you pull off the road, kneeling in the mud, screwing with some little thing. It's pretty miserable. My blood pressure medication costs me about $250 US per week. Man, I don't know what mine costs per week. Blood pressure meds, I don't know.
Your blood pressure has been in a lot better place since we switched to the US meds. The dosage did not change heavily, so we're not sure what changed, because your diet changed a lot too. So
and
I'm here, and I make everything better.
My blood sugar and my blood pressure, everything's like within a normal range right now. because I'm paying attention to what I'm eating.
And we're way too far from Mexico to go there to get medication, so
Yeah,
we got to
that's-
deal with the U.S. healthcare system. Such is life.
I know I have other pictures of that car. What is this? What is this? What's that one? That's basically
Looks
the same
about
thing.
the same.
It's very much the same. Different picture, same car. Yeah, and then here's one from the back. Like we even care about this.
Do you even think we could get in and out of that car anymore?
Why?
I've
Well, that's
seen-
inside my shop in Arizona. That shop was 14 feet wide and 80 feet long. And yeah, there I was doing something to it, obviously.
We have that 300Z. It's about the shape of a Vette.
I had 89 Firebird formulas. The headlights were a pain to work right. 98 Trans Am, I had the headlights work great. This one, the headlights worked great until one night I was on my way from Yuma down to Tucson, and one of them wouldn't open. Well, it's getting dark, It's raining, so I pulled off the side of the road and kneeling in the mud and messing with it. And I knew that you had to turn this thing. I thought it was like you turn it like 2 or 3 times. It was like 40 or 50 turns. I had blisters on my finger by the time the headlights were open. And then I needed gas, and I pulled into a gas station, forgot, turned the lights off, and they closed perfectly. It's like, no. So then, turn them on, only one open. I had to go up there and do it again, So, take a shabby Vette, make a card. I don't know. I wouldn't mind having another Corvette. We have that little Spitfire. I mean, it's not like a Corvette, but I'm sure I can make a little 2-seat sports car out of that. That would be fun. Did you think you failed as a mechanic every time you looked at your stationary headlights? Oh man, they got big plastic gears in there, and the teeth strip off of them. And as soon as there's a little gear and a big gear, and as soon as you get that part with the stripped off teeth, it just stops. And then the headlights go. One comes up. Oops. One comes up, and
Blinky.
the other one goes like this, and then there you are. It's like, oh man.
Doug Starax asked if we would take a shabby Vette and make a Vette cart. And I don't think we would. I think we would pull the motor and put it in a Studebaker.
No, I have my Corvette, that one. There's a guy in Arizona that has it, and he's going to pull that engine and trans out, and he's going to put an LS and some newer engine in it. So he told me I could have that engine trans back. I can't wait because it's the first year for the roller cam, and it's got somebody rebuilt the 700 R4. It's a really nice transmission, so I kind of want that.
Jody, how would you feed the Viagra to the Corvette?
Give it $7. Yeah, right. I don't want to go there. They're up at night, so that's okay. Yeah, and these are the most bizarre headlights I ever had. They were pretty bright. The low beam had a cutoff that was so perfect, and then it went up like this and over, so you could see real well off to the right side, and it was supposed to not blind anybody coming the other way, which is true. But as soon as you got in a left lane, like on an interstate, to pass somebody, man, I know I blinded people with that, so I didn't like that part of it. And then the high beams, man, they were just like giant floodlights that went out about 1.5 miles. Man, they were nice. So this was really good. And the cutoff on the low beams, other than that thing off to the side, was, man, I mean, they were bright, and they just came up like 100 feet, 120 feet or so out in front of the car. They were just really good, and a really nice sharp cutoff, so you didn't blind people coming the other way. I didn't like the plastic gears in them. Back in the 90s, someone made a kit that replaced the plastic gears with metal. By that time, I'd just given up and wanted good headlights. When I put those in, I was not disappointed with them. Which happened a day or two after cars were introduced. Yeah, a lot of times plastic stuff works for a long time. The Jeep we have, it's a throttle body in it. And when it failed, there's plastic gears in it. She found the problem, and she took it apart, and there's plastic gear in there, a couple of teeth stripped off of it. So then the throttle won't open. The car jerks and bucks and everything. So she just bought a throttle body, a aftermarket throttle body, and put it on there.
And it
Drives.
probably has plastic gears in it too.
Yeah.
What does that Jeep have?
But
Like
that-
180,000
That
miles
Jeep
on it.
had 183,000 miles on it when the plastic gears broke. So yeah.
I mean, it lasted the warranty. Like,
Yeah.
mean, what do you want them to do? Build them out of titanium? They're just little
Oh,
gears.
titanium gears.
And that's the throttle gears, not the headlight gears. That they're a little bit more important. So
That live in cold areas have a lot more problems normal people don't have. Yeah, when I was in
Yes,
Ohio,
yes.
man,
People
But
living
guy-
in the warmer climates, they just don't even know.
the guy that I worked for would have all lease vehicles, and he'd lease them on 3-year leases and then turn them back in. But then he had a couple of employees that he like management type people, and he'd try to keep them in cars, so he'd release the car, or usually a van or a pickup truck, for another 3 years. So then the car was 6 years old, or the truck was 6 years old. By the time it was 6 years old, it had holes. I was one of those guys. I had a Ford van on the second lease, and it had holes this big in the bottoms of the doors and the rockers. What a piece of crap. I mean, it was just horrible, rusty thing, So, and you can see in the background here, well, you can see it up there behind that Corvette, there's a Ford van that's an Arizona van. Not a spot of rust on it. I still have that van here.
Yeah, and it's got over 300,000 miles.
That has 329,000
There's no
miles.
rust on it. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's fine. Everything works.
And yes, the Jeep is a Liberty, and it does have a fly-by-wire throttle body.
It's not a Liberty.
No.
Why do you keep telling
Patriot.
everybody it's a Liberty? It's a
Patriot.
Patriot.
I don't know, because they're both terms of...
Yeah, but a Liberty's a rear drive, and this is a front drive, whiny little
2.4
but it's
CVT transmission.
CVT, a little whiny CVT transmission that'll take a dump someday.
You
But
can't beat a Ford. Well, what does beat mean? Fuel
can't beat a
economy?
Ford. What kind of Fords? Man, I had a lot of Fords when I was young. My '64 Ford that I put a 351 Windsor in it. What a great car that was. Wish I still had it. I had that car for 17 years. I live 60 miles from Kurdistan. I love the cold. See, I'm not much of a cold weather person. I was in Northeast Ohio. I lived in South Dakota for a while when I was a kid. But when you're a kid, it doesn't matter. It's fun. You go out, play in the snow, and do all the kid stuff in the snow. My father was out there with a shovel digging. We had a Chevy van, front engine, rear drive, that tires would just spin. And, he struggled with that and put weight in the back, different tires. And, oh, man. So I didn't have to deal with it in South Dakota. But in Ohio, I had to deal with it. It's snow up to my top of my legs. It was all the time like that. Oh, I got tired of it. I'm a desert rat, but I'm here in Tennessee where it's kind of wet, but at least it isn't super cold. But you're mashing about what beats me. Okay.
I think we're back to the Viagra jokes.
You can't beat a Ford. Well, I don't know. There's things I really like about the old Fords, but there's things I really dislike about them. Like they change the bell housing bolt pattern about every year,
Every model.
So
Lord.
every engine had a different bell housing bolt pattern. Then you take a Chevrolet and it's like, I don't know, 70 years, the same bell housing bolt pattern on the big block, big block, small block, 4-cylinder, 6-cylinder, same bolt pattern. Man, is that nice. Oh, man. I don't like those throttle bodies. I don't know. Whatever. I'm a big hammer. I can beat a Ford. Yeah, well, you got good Chevrolets. 308, you had Chevrolets from the late 50s. Those are pretty nice. I don't really like the X-frame, but I like the car. I'd love to have a 59 or a 60 Chevy. All the rear lighting for all the Jeeps came from my facility, auto part factory. Viper also, we made lighting for the Prowler. Kim, I'm going to start a sneezing fit here. I don't like sneezing fits. Maybe I can get my throat. I got a little 2 firing order for the 302 Ford. Well, like the 302 Ford and the 351 Windsor were different. I know that. Oh, I hate this. I don't want to have a sneezing fit. Cough drop. Maybe I'll make my throat stop tickling. Yeah, 2 different firing orders. And I know if you change a camshaft, you can change that around. Can I have some coffee, Kim? Lots of sugar and a few creams. That's like liquid candy. Mexican Spec wants coffee that's like liquid candy.
Well, some people take their coffee like that, yeah.
I had a friend from Switzerland, and he used to look at the coffee and go, yeah, liquid candy. Put all kind of sugar and milk and stuff, cream. Ford always put the distributor at the front of the engine. Wait a minute, no. My Y blocks were all at the back. Big pain in the ass. And then I got a little older, and then I could afford the newer engines. They put them at the front, and then I had customers that had De Tomasa Mangusta, one, and a De Tomasa Pantera, several of them. And the engines back there, you couldn't even see the distributor. So I used to guess, Ford went to all the trouble to put the distributor up front, and they put the engine in the back. You couldn't get to the distributor, not without mirrors and make your hands bend ways that they don't bend. But yeah, I like the distributor up front on most of them. And today, does anybody even remember what a distributor is? My wife likes her sugar and cream with a little bit of coffee. Yeah. Back when I could eat stuff like that, I used to like ice cream, a little bit of coffee on it. But vanilla ice cream was coffee, or maybe coffee, put a big clunk of ice cream in it, but I can't do that. Nobody recognized the Y block as 4 inches. It's because of my age. In 1970, I got my driver's license, so the cars I could afford had Y blocks in them. So I had 56 Fords, 57 Fords with Y blocks. But when I think about it, those engines were performance engines for 3 years, 55, 6, and 7. And then the FE came out. And then the 292 was the only one left, and they detuned it and really made a 2-barrel economy engine out of it. My last Y block was in a 62 Ford that was like 170 horsepower, the 2-barrel on it. It was their economy engine before they came out with the 289 and the 260 and 289. So it was a very short run, They were the Edsel Ford engine here. There's still people that race 292s and 312s, and they bore them and stroke them. And yeah, I was just looking at something. There's a Y block meet every year up in Ohio. I thought about going up there just to do it. The ATM burner exhaust crossover. Yeah, but that crossover is only on some trucks and stuff. Yeah, you put the manifolds. You put headers on there, put the manifolds down below. You never leave that thing on there. Arm burner. Yeah, you just don't leave that thing on it. That's a stupid thing. What have you got there?
Corn.
Corn. Why do we have corn?
Are you honestly asking why we have corn?
Why did you bring corn? Yeah, it's an odd thing to have.
Oh, why did I bring it in?
An odd thing to bring corn into.
The spark plugs blow out? What do they blow out?
On what? But the spark plugs blow out. On what? On what?
I think those are Fords. I think Fords.
I have never.
4.6s
or
5.4s.
It's that weird 3-valve thing. Yeah, the spark plugs come out, but the 4.6s don't. Yeah, I've got a 4.6 that's got 329,000 miles on it.
Coil in it?
Oh, have fun with that. Yeah, but it's like.
It's just a defective kind of.
Oh, what's his name up there in New York? South Main Auto.
South Main, yeah.
He's done a few of those, and he has tricks to doing it, but it's still a miserable job. Or you pull the heads. Yeah, the modular engines. But the modular engines, the 4.6 isn't a bad engine. They don't have a lot of power, but I don't know. I've driven the police cars that have power, and they're 4.6s. But my 4.6 is just 329,000 miles, doesn't use oil, starts right up, drives and drives and drives and drives and drives. I can take it anywhere. Right now it doesn't start up nicely because it needs a battery, so I keep a slow charger on it. But if I put a battery in that, so I wouldn't have to have the trickle charger on it, I'd get in that thing right now and drive it to Arizona or anywhere. V10s blow up. Yeah, V10s, they do have a problem with that. The V10s and the, what's the 3-valve one? The 5 point?
There's a 5.4 or a
5.4.
4.6 engine that they
Yeah,
make?
but there's one they call it the Trident or something. It has the 3 valves, and I know those are horrible about blowing plugs out. But the 4.6 modular engine, I don't have any problem with that engine. What's my 4.6 in? It's in a 2004 3/4 ton Ford van. That picture on the screen right now with the Corvette in the background, you can see my van. That's what the 4.6 is in.
Back there. My van has a 4.2, which is the V6 version.
Okay, he says the Triton is a 5.43 valves. Yeah, that's what I've heard. They're horrible. The 4.6 is 3 valve. No, mine isn't a 3 valve. Children of the Corn. 3 valve engines break the plug in the head.
Oh, it breaks off in the head.
That's what I've heard. And I've also heard they blow out. Well, because the threads go down in there and they get some carbon and shit on them, and you got to screw it up through there, and they break. It's just a terrible design.
I was going to talk about corn, but we're talking about cars.
Well, wait a minute. Why'd you bring corn in? I
just was going to ask people how they cook their corn.
You can't see the corn because it's the green screen. See, it disappears. You got see-through corn.
Invisible corn. Yeah, it costs extra. Got it from Walmart. You know it's good.
3 valve. I don't think mine's 3 valve. My 4.6 isn't 3 valve. I don't think so. Now you're going to have to make me go out there and look. Yeah, I have a Mercury Grand Marquis 4.6 2 valve. Yeah, that's what I'm sure mine's a 2 valve. The 3 valve are the problem. Yeah, mine. The worst thing about mine is one heater hose runs underneath the intake manifold. And to replace that, you either have to bypass it, which is what I've done, or you have to pull the intake manifold. Pull an intake manifold to put a heater hose on, really? Ghost corn. That's what this is. My van is an 04. Never heard about the spark plug car with 4.6. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. I don't know. Is there a 3 valve 4.6? Shit, I don't know. That's another problem with Fords. They change and change and change and change and change and change. You never can keep up with it. You know? In fact, I think the first modular engines had a different bell housing bolt pattern like the first year or two. I think. That was terrible. We had the broken plug. Engine blew while coasting to a stop at a light. A man in a Ford truck asked what happened. He said they're known to starve. Oil pressure. I don't know. I have never had any problems. Yeah, 2004 4.6 is a 2 valve. Yeah, I have never had any problems with my 4.6. So yeah, van has 329,000 miles on it. And I'll tell you what it's needed. It needed a wheel bearing on the right front. I needed to put brakes on it once. And that was my fault because I'd left the car parked in Maryland for a whole winter, and then grass grew up underneath and corroded the calipers. So then I put calipers on it. And then it started running like crap. Check engine light came on. And it needed a coil pack. I put that on it. I put a bunch of sets of tires on it, but in 329,000 miles, you'd expect that. And I put 2 batteries in it. I think that's it. It's just amazing to me of course, oil changes, but it's just amazing to me for a vehicle with 329,000 miles on it. So little maintenance. And that thing It'll use a quart of oil in about 5,000 miles, which is about where I ought to be changing it, you know. Those heater line can be plugged just behind the water pump. Yeah, you can bypass that. Doesn't have to go underneath the intake. His Ford mechanic said he replaced the 5.4 for some reason. For the same reason. 5-10 Mustangs are 4.63 valve engines. Yeah, that's possible. I know those Mustangs, some of them, they go pretty good. Lock to stop. Head metal and oil pan. Valve trim look like tar. Well, maybe somebody didn't take care of it. Who knows? And not every engine is produced equally, you know. I've had good luck with Ford engines. Even my Y blocks, you know, I started using oil after 70 or 80,000 miles, but yeah, I just hone them out. Put cast iron rings in them, set of rod bearings, valve job, put them back together, just go again. Mitsubishi 2.6 was a 3 valve. We had one of those in the family for a while, you know. What was that thing? Plymouth Sapporo with a 2.6 Mitsubishi. I drove that thing all over the place. It's 2 intakes and an exhaust. The Coyote engine is by far the best engine ever installed in a Mustang. Yeah, you know, I don't know much about that engine. I tried to buy a car that had one, but it was gone from the lot the very next day. It came in and the next day it was gone. I didn't move on it quickly enough. I don't think the dealer understood what they had because they weren't asking enough for that car. It was a 2011 Mustang. Buff, do you remember the sound the turn signal made in the Sapporo? Same. What is that smell? Oh, God.
Corn.
Did you make that corn into that popcorn? No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. Put it in the microwave and popped it right up.
Do you remember? I do not remember the turn signal sound. I don't remember that. I remember when I was in Hawaii, I had a Plymouth Arrow for a while, and I don't remember it being any different either. Man. And I like some people don't like the Arrow. They say it's ugly. I don't know at the time. This is like 1976 or 77 or 78 maybe. It looked better than any other Japanese car at the time. We don't know previous owner oil change interval. Yeah, that's right. You know, when I bought my van, it had a lot of miles on it, but it had a record on. What's the record on? They always say to look at Carfax, and the Carfax, the people that had that van, did medical deliveries with it, and I think it was on the interstate a lot, not run around town. And they did all their service at a Ford dealer. Every bit of service on that van was recorded on Carfax. There's a list of stuff they did. Every oil change, every transmission service, everything they did to that van was there. And they'd done oil changes like every 4,000 miles, and they'd done everything. And it's like, wow. And I bought that. That was an eBay purchase. It was 4 years old, and I paid $2,700 for it. And I had friends that go, why did you buy a Ford? Why didn't you buy a Chevrolet? Well, I kind of wanted a Chevrolet van, but they were all like running about 13 grand, 14 grand. That's $2,700. So I bought it, and I'm really happy I did. Okay, let's see. Here's oil manufactured Jasper. Manufactured Jasper. 100,000 off. Coyote engine installed in it. Buff, the Mitsubishi cars had a sound it made when you turned on the turn signal. Then you got the clicking. I don't remember that. Man, I drove a Sapporo around a lot. I had the Plymouth Arrow that I drove
Sapporo?
every
I've never
day.
even heard of this car.
They were two cars, same body. It's a Mitsubishi car. The Dodge was called a Charger, I think. And
Like an early 80s Charger?
yeah, maybe. Just look up Sapporo. And can I eat that? This is probably full of carbs. I can eat a few pieces.
No, only I,
Oh, that's gonna get away from me.
only I can eat the popcorn.
Yeah, Challenger and Sapporo. Look up Sapporo. Saporro. Mexican Spec wrote it up there. Well, Sapporo, look up, because that's going to be a city in Japan. I might get it. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, it looks like a Celica or something like that.
Yeah. I'd probably put 10,000 miles on one of those. I don't remember the odd turn signal sound. Man, I don't know why I don't remember that. Of course, it was more than 40 years ago.
Remember the early ones that said your door is ajar?
Yeah, my door is ajar. It's ajar.
Well, if you think about it, when the door's open, the whole car is ajar.
Because it's like a lid and it's open. Kim, this is so good. I know I'm not supposed to eat this. Nothing I'm supposed to eat tastes this good. I
Well,
used to
take a
drink.
handful of it. It's just
No,
corn.
I have some here. Yeah, I know. It's.
Just salty corn with butter.
I had my Colt in 1983. Those little Colts that were about the size of the Honda Civics. I really liked those Colts. And then they had the Colt that was like a little sedan. I don't know which one you had. The one I really liked was the one that looked like the little. It was like a kind of a boxy Civic. Yeah, look at that. I like those things. And I like the dash on it. It was just a very pleasant car to drive. And I think it had a 5-speed in it. Could have been a 4. I think it was a 5. Rabbit, same size. Oh, so you had the bigger Colt, the one that was like a little sedan. When it's a door, not a door. When it's a jar. Yeah. If you're a Marine, I would say your head is a jar. Yeah, call a Marine a jarhead. Mm-hmm. Don't do that unless you're also a Marine. 79 two-door Colt twin stick. Oh yeah, okay, that's the little one. It's about the same size as a Honda Civic. The hatchback with the twin stick. I had a friend that had one of those, and his was that bright fluorescent green color. I really like those. That was the last decent car Volkswagen ever made. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I definitely like rabbits. And we used to call them a diesel rabbit and a gas rabbit. And the gas rabbits, I had a friend that had a gas rabbit. It had the rectangular headlights and it was built, Tennessee maybe? Somewhere down this way. And he was, that's before I ever thought about moving to Tennessee. I was in California then. He was a police officer. I think his entire career he wrote one ticket.
Oh, you told me that story.
Because somebody did something really stupid. I knew 2 guys that did that. They were cops. One of them was a cop for 4 years while he was in college. And he wrote one ticket. And the other one wrote a ticket to a woman that was just being really stupid. She's going like 60 in a 15 zone or something, you know, with kids in the car. He looked at it, he goes, I am sorry, but I'm going to write you a ticket. The other one was the deputy sheriff. And it was somebody in front of him. It's sitting there where there was a turn to go on the interstate. And the guy's sitting there. There's the El Camino. And the guy just lit up the back tires, burning, doing this great burnout, and gets on the interstate. He's right behind him, so he gets behind, catches up to him, lights him up. The guy pulls over. He goes, what were you doing? Why did you do a big burnout right in front of me? You know, I know you saw me back there. The guy goes, I know sheriffs can't write tickets. And he goes, oh yeah? Went back and got his ticket book and wrote him a ticket. Oh, I thought that was pretty funny.
Stray Bullet, my diesel
Oh,
rabbit.
they might have been from. They might have been from PA.
I got 46 miles to the gallon once.
Downhill.
No, it wasn't really downhill.
My
It was like a whole tank of gas.
what was the little
Or a whole tank of
Dodge
diesel.
Omni that had the 1.7 VW in it, which is the Sirocco engine. I took it easy and didn't want whomping on it. I'd get 42 on the highway. That's pretty nice.
Yeah. Modern cars don't do that because they use extra fuel to light up the catalytic converter.
My Mazda 6 will get 40.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it's got like 18 speeds.
It'll get 41 if I put gasoline in it. Straight gasoline, but if I put 10% alcohol in it, it'll get about 38.
Stray Bullet, that
Oh.
that rabbit, I changed the adjustment on the injection pump, and if I put it in first gear and stomped on it, it would roast the front tires. So I have a feeling it was running incredibly rich.
Buff, you said Sirocco. I said Scirocco. You know what? I always just looked at the word and called it Sirocco. It could have been Scirocco. I have no idea.
Are you saying two different things?
Oh, it's a Volkswagen car.
Sure.
Look up Sirocco or Scirocco, and you know the car we're talking about.
Scirocco, there's no H in it. It's Sirocco.
I know, but it may be pronounced that way. I don't know.
Maybe in Mexico.
Yeah, my Mazda is it's a 6. I think it's a pretty, well, by old American standards, there you go, VW Sirocco.
Oh, there it is.
Oh yeah, and you got to look up an early one because there were 2 different body styles. Let's see.
Oh, I don't want
No,
to.
no.
I want to see the Wikipedia.
Oh,
It'll
missed.
say how to pronounce it, won't it?
I don't know. Does anybody know anything about? The first gen was really a nice looking car. And the same designer, the same guy that penned that thing, the body design, did the first year of the Honda Accord, and it really shows. Very much the same. That's not the original one.
No.
I have no idea what that thing is. The original one is, I don't know, you don't have it up there. Volkswagen decided how it is said. I don't know, I never heard Mr. Volkswagen say anything. Yeah, that's kind of it. The original one.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Scirocco? I don't know, I think in somewhere African language it means a wind. Some kind of a wind, I think.
I'm still eating his popcorn.
I know, I'm picking at this. This is so good.
I'm sorry, y'all, for being a pig in the stream.
This is so good.
Like, this is
Why'd
like
you
my whole day.
Why'd you put carbs in front of me? Okay, I gotta stop. I'm done. No more. Whatever that is. Watch an old commercial for the car and listen. Yeah, maybe that's probably what I
I
should do.
turned up my injection pump, and it worked good. I had fun with that car. It never blew out. It was such a dog when you adjusted the injection pump down. It was like...
Yeah, Scirocco sounds more like a wind than Sirocco does.
But
Oh yeah, look at that. SCI. It might have been. I don't know. Probably.
does it matter?
Well, he's correcting me, and it's like I may have like 40 years been saying it wrong. Not like I'm saying that every day, but
I know.
walk around saying Sirocco. And everybody going, what an idiot.
Sirocco, Sirocco, Sirocco. You say it enough times, it's just gibberish.
Here it is. Oh, now we got to click on.
If it's an AI video talking about the Sirocco, I'm gonna shoot you, Mexican spec.
Well, let's see. I could click on it here. Or
We won't get sound if you click on it.
Yeah, I know. That's right. So I'll have to come back later and click on it. Where are we in the live? We are 850. Okay, yeah, it's a desert wind. I remember that much. And I think it was in, I think it
What
was,
the heck?
what are you doing? I think it was some African language, like Northern Africa or something. But I'm not sure. I remember reading a story about it. I just didn't know how to pronounce it. He says that it's an original Volkswagen commercial. That doesn't look like it. That doesn't look like a Volkswagen. Oh, that's the ad. So the ad to the Volkswagen commercial is a Chevrolet commercial.
Can you believe it? Right. All right. I don't know if we'll have sound. I don't know.
Jeez. I don't watch that stupid thing. Can you bring?
Am I getting any sound?
No, see, it's. Yeah, we'll have to look at it later. We'll just look at it later. I'll believe it. Hot, dry wind. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, there's the original. There's the original one. And the same person that penned that also did the original Honda Accord. And if you look at the original Honda Accord, the two-door, they look very much alike. Actually, I think the Accord looks a little bit better, but they're very similar. The narrator says Scirocco. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen one of those in years. I've been saying Scirocco for 40 years. I'm having a hard time changing that. I live probably means I love the round quad lights. Where is the original, like the red one off to? Oops.
This one?
No. Get rid of that thing up there. That one maybe. Yeah, you had your finger all the way to the right. I can't see the back because the back's different. No. Put hatchback in there. You might find it.
This one's a hatchback.
Oh, there it is. That's it. Yep. That's the original Accord. Same person. It's pretty interesting. There's a nice blue later one here too. Too bad they aren't worth what a Rabbit is. My God, I would think they're worth more than a Rabbit. They're so much nicer car than a Rabbit.
Yeah, I thought they had a nicer motor, 16-valve engines and stuff.
I thought it was just a 1700 instead of a 1600. Because my what was that thing I had? Dodge Omni. It had the 1.7 engine, and I thought it was just a Scirocco engine, but it was, no, I guess, I don't know. All the two-door hatchbacks look pretty much alike. The longer rear. But I mean, that shape and the Scirocco look very similar. Very similar size. Kim is, oh, you're going to make me eat more of this stuff in front of everybody? They put the side view mirrors on wrong. What are you Oh, the Japanese one. Yeah, in Japan they put the side view mirrors way at the front. I don't know how they can even use those things. They're probably very much convex. I don't know. That's a Japanese thing. Yeah, you look at cars in Japan, they're all got the mirrors way up there. I can't imagine why they do that.
So they got backup cams. When are they going to have side view cams? Where instead of having side view mirrors, you have screens out there with looky backies. So that you don't have to look away from the screen. They can have a screen here and a screen here.
That's what I want.
Off to the side of your instrument cluster with your side view mirrors. So you can just barely glance. Instead of a stupid infotainment center and you're looking at a radio when you're supposed to be driving, have your passenger figure out your freaking radio or tell AI to turn the radio. And you'd have those mirrors.
I have a few lipstick cameras around somewhere. Mm-hmm. That's what I should put on the right side of the van, on the bottom of the mirror, because that is a terrible blind spot.
Yeah, that big van. Like if you have to pull out in traffic So hard to see.
I even noticed that. Oh, you can't see it right now. Picture of my van. I have windows on the passenger side, at least in the middle doors, so I can look back and see some traffic. But it's not as good as it could be. And lane changes in that thing are downright dangerous. Hmm.
I don't necessarily agree with the heads-up holographic stuff because I think that it can be confusing and distracting from what's going on in front of you because it's like too close. But something like just right here where your instrument cluster is, you're not using that space. They've got some dials and switches. They can put that anywhere.
I had an '07
Maybe.
Grand Prix for a while with a sideways LS engine. Oh my God. It's a fast car for a front driver. It's a nice car. And it had heads-up display. And that wasn't distracting. I could see the radio and like what station the radio's on, and I could see the speed and the tachometer and everything up on the windshield. I kind of liked it. And it was kind of like it was focused somehow at infinity. Just by a wink mirror. I was going to ask about wink mirrors. My 64 Ford had a wink mirror in it. I could glance up there. I could see all around me. And I let that mirror go with that car. I was
What's
looking.
a wink mirror?
It's a big boxy thing. It's got a bunch of mirrors in it. I think mine had like 5 mirrors, and they're all cocked a little bit differently. You just glance up there, you can see all around the car. It's so nice. I mean, you could probably look up wink mirror and see it. Fighter pilots use head. Oh yeah. Oh, you have no idea how good the fighter pilots have it. Oh man. If your van needs a turn signal on the side of the front fender so you can activate it and go. Your van needs a turn signal on the side of the front fender. Oh, and just not care who's there. Maybe they'll see it. Yeah, I guess having a turn signal, like a Russian cars, like way in the back of the front fenders, they've got a turn signal back there. So somebody coming up on the side of it sees it. And I've also noticed a lot of Ford trucks have them in the mirrors. The turn signals will light up in the mirrors. So if somebody's coming up next to you, they see that turn signal come on. Yeah, I had a Corvette for a while. Oh man, I had a rental Corvette in '08. It was an '08 ZRZ. It was the Hertz ZRZ Corvettes, and they were all yellow, and they said Hertz stitched into the seat. They were nice cars, and it had a heads-up display. It was freaking nice. I drove my hearse. I couldn't see anything to the right, so I always drove with the headlight on so people could see my cornering light. Oh yeah, that would work too, wouldn't it? Are you a mortician? On my big rig, Tim72's Demon. Hello, haven't seen you in here before. Maybe you have been here before.
Welcome to the stream, Tim.
On my big rig, I had a rear camera on the back of the trailer and side cameras on the cab. In the truck, you have to watch the cars. Yeah, that's how my van is. I really would like to have a camera on the right side to cover that blind spot back there, so I can make lane changes. And that's the only place I'd really need it. Although it wouldn't be bad to have in the back too. But it's got a doubled-in hole in the dash, so I could put a screen in there pretty easily. Be down low enough the police don't see it. A friend of mine had a camera on the side of his car, and he had a screen, but it was up higher. He got stopped by the police, said he was watching a movie, and what he had was instead of a mirror on the right side, he had a camera, and the guy made him take the thing down and undo it, and the cop was an asshole. He said he's in there watching movies. My buddy bought a new body style '07 Cheyenne, which is a Silverado that kept stealing his mirrors and selling them back to him. Kim, are you gonna put a velocity stack on that? Are you gonna put a velocity stack on that?
The one
Yep.
barrel.
About this long.
I'm going to cut a hole in the hood, but it's only going to be the diameter of this flap of this. It'll only be the diameter of that, so it'll go through the hood. And in order to open the hood, you'll have to take the carburetor off, so you can open the hood. That's how I'm going to design it.
Anybody know what a Crowler injection looks like? I always thought this looked good. Of course, you're going to have to bring that up. I just made that up. Straybill, what is this? White line and the lifeline of the name. Okay, bring this back down a little bit. Big block Chevy with a Crowler injection, and they make the velocity stacks different lengths so they match up with the length of the ports. I had a friend that had one of those on a Corvette, on a '67 Corvette. Man, was that thing fun! But that's the tube you need for that. The boat needs a bigger engine than a 427 Chevy with Crowler injection. Yeah, a friend of mine had that Corvette with one of those, only his were anodized, kind of a pinkish red color. That car burned up. It was in a garage, and a forest fire came through and burned up that and his '56 Chevy Nomad and a Model A. All three cars got burned to the ground. Really sad. And did insurance cover it? Nope. It was an act of God. So much for a '67 Corvette, Nomad, Model A. I think it was called a flower car. You know, I rode in that Corvette, and that thing was pretty nice. Oh yeah, the jet drives aren't fast at all. I've been in those things with a prop drive. A friend of mine had one with a Chrysler Hemi in it with a prop drive, and it was actually the front end looked different. It was a hydro, and I went 90 miles an hour in that thing with him one time, and it's just scary going that fast in a boat. Just not. I didn't ever want to do it again. A V drive. Yeah, his had they call it a Z drive or a V drive or something. I think it was
That's
a Z
a lot
drive.
of glitter. That's all I gotta say.
I'm gonna get rid
That
of that
boat
thing.
has a lot of
I'm gonna
glitter.
get rid of that thing before. Well, I wonder if we can look really close. It's gonna get kind of crappy looking.
Get grainy.
Yeah, but I really like the Crowler injection. It looks cool. And see, today you could take that same injection and you could put electronic and put injectors on it. It'd probably work really well. Why didn't that go away? There it goes.
What do they say about boats? It's a hole
Boats
in the
and iron.
water where you throw your money.
I've never owned a boat.
That's the same with cars.
Oh, you like hearses. You like hearses.
Hearses
Here we
are
go. Here we go.
Oh, that's a special one, huh?
There's a hearse.
Is that the one over here on
Yes, that's
is it
in
on
Clark.
Madison?
That's on Madison in Clarksville.
In front of the hospital, isn't it?
No, it's in front of a funeral home.
Funeral home.
And it used to be back in the day, the funeral homes always owned the ambulances. Back when they were called meat wagons, you just throw somebody in there and go like hell to the hospital. There was no equipment back there. So that's probably from back in that day, and they still have that ambulance.
They decided to
It's-
restore it.
It just sets out every day. They put it out there in front of the funeral home.
Most every day, yeah.
Yeah. I'm guessing it is an ambulance. Yeah, I don't know who built that. One day we're gonna have to that's over by the motor vehicle department. Someday we're gonna go over there and I'm gonna go turn in there to the funeral home. Why? Because I want to look at that 57
You
Chevy.
know what? We'll go in and we'll ask if there's somebody who wants to talk about that car with us.
Oh yeah.
We'll do a little video.
Maybe we can do a
on it.
video on it. It's
I think we should do that.
Yeah,
with
hearses
car show
don't have-
videos.
hearses don't have sirens and gumball machine like that. Nope. Oh, look at that. It's just like that's And that's just got like a kink in the fender down low on the driver's side front fender. Something back there isn't quite right. But I mean, when you drive by that car, you don't notice it. It just
Bright and
looks like a
shiny.
really nice '57 Chevy. Yeah, before I'd seen this one, I'd never seen a Chevrolet ambulance like that. Yeah, I should stop in there and I think we'll do that sometime. Just stop when they're not having a funeral. Just don't want to interrupt a funeral. Yeah, it's a funeral home with an ambulance sitting out front.
Pretty well.
So that'd be interesting. Man, when I was in the hospital when I was 4 years old, 1958. I had my tonsils out. The next morning I woke up and I looked out the window and there's like a back parking lot to the hospital. And I'm looking out there. And there's like about a 53 or 54 Cadillac that had the fins that come back and they go whoop up on the back and they have a little taillight there. And I looked at that and I thought it was a Henry J because the Henry J's had a little fender like that. I was telling my mother, look, there's a ambulance there. It's a Henry J. And she looked out the window and goes, no, I think that's a Cadillac. So that's when I learned what the old 53 and 4 and Cadillacs look like, It was a white ambulance with a high top like that and a gumball machine on top. Cadillac hearses are great driving cars. The funeral director is probably a professional car. Yeah, I bet the guy is. Why else would they keep that thing out there? Or at least they know that that's something that attracts attention, My guess is it was owned by them probably from when it was new. I don't know. It'd be fun to go in there and talk to them, see if they come out and talk to us. And tell us something about it. Give us the story on it. That's a strange thing to have in front of a funeral home. Guess that mortician. That's strange. Well, it'd be worse the other way around. Have an ambulance service with a hearse out front. What's that? That's for the people that don't make it. Growler sign on that car is much better than the electronic. The electronic ones I think sound better, but those old wind-up sirens, man, you can hear those things from half a city away. It's amazing. Farm truck has a couple of hearses. Oh, I didn't know that. First time I
haven't watched him too much recently.
Nah, I haven't either. First time I saw a farm truck, I couldn't believe it because the tailgate was banging. He's winning all these races. It's like with his dog in there. Let's see, the growler on my last ambulance had a bad bearing, so I didn't use it much. Not supposed to use that, Mexican spec. Walter Chrysler died. They had to import a Chrysler hearse from Australia. You know what I thought was really funny? Bring politics into this. Is the big fat leader in North Korea. His father died, and what did they use for a hearse? A Lincoln, a big old American Lincoln, and they hate the U.S. And he rode in a Lincoln with his casket on top and flowers all over it. I just couldn't believe they didn't use North Korea. They make some vans. They could at least use a Chinese vehicle. They used an American Lincoln. I had to laugh at that. Yeah, the electronic siren doesn't project like the growler. That's right. And then they used to put the electronic sirens up above and affected the police officers so much they started putting the speaker down lower and behind the grill and stuff, which actually made it a little worse, but it didn't affect the hearing of the officers. I guess it gives the mourners a sense of hope. As besides the point, Buff, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? What are they going to do? Oh, yeah, what are they going to do? The round Lincolns don't make good-looking hearses. Oh, look at that. Look at that Lincoln hearse. Oh, I wasn't looking at that one.
No?
I was looking at the newer one.
This one?
No, it's covered
this
up.
One?
It's covered up.
Oh, okay.
That silver one. Silver. You see the silver one? That one. Why is it covered? It's such a goofy looking car. Can you drag that over, or why is it covered?
Trying to make it a little bigger.
Trying to make it work. Struggling with it. Oh. That is a goofy looking car.
It's not what I wanted.
It's not what you want to do.
Not at all. There it is.
If you look up Kim Jong-il.
You want me to do it? Darn it. Okay.
Kim Jong-il. Jong, J-O-N-G, Il, I-L. Kim Jong mentally ill. No, Kim Jong-il. And then put funeral or something. Yeah, funeral or something. Maybe you'll come up with it. Yeah, there it is. Look at.
I gotta.
Oh, you got to change something else. Oh yeah, there they go. And they chromed the headlight covers, and they put Korean flags on it. And it was a 76, and that happened like in what, 08 or something, or 09. He used a 76 Lincoln with chrome headlight doors. Pretty funny, actually. I want my last ride to be in a Jaguar hearse. Is there such a thing? Usually click on visit.
Is there really a thing?
What? A Jaguar hearse?
Yeah.
Oh, I think he's probably making that up, but maybe not. For my friend's wife, they used a BMW 5 Series that had no reverse lights. I told the driver the car would not be allowed in the U.S. It was in such crappy condition. At least it wasn't rusty. Oh my God.
Oh,
there is a Jaguar. Look at that down there.
What's this?
Look at that down there. See the one on the bottom on the far left? There you go. It's an E-type hearse. Will a person even fit in there? Or is that you put your cat or your dog in there? I don't think a person would fit in that. Kim got his last ride. Kim got his last ride in Lincoln. That's exactly right. Kim Jong-il got his last ride in a 1976 Lincoln in 2008 or whenever it was he died. Look at that thing. I mean, it looks kind of cool, but I'm not sure that would work. The Jaguar was crushed when they threw it off. I like E-type Jags, but I don't think, I don't know. Why would I want that? I mean, if you ever did anything stupid, the cops would know where to find you. I know that guy. There's only one of those. Is that a recreation? I don't know. Might be a Photoshop. I don't know. What the heck is that? What's it say?
It says American Academy of Estate Planning, so...
American Academy of Estate Planning. Really?
Yeah, so I'm guessing it's somebody offering to give you your last ride in a hearse.
What is that thing? What is that thing?
Which
go
one?
back and go up a little bit. That black... Is that a Mercedes? Yeah, what is that? Oh, it's another Jaguar. It's a different Jaguar. At least, that's ugly. But at least somebody had fit in there.
I would guess Lamborghini could make a hearse too. They make.
Oh, there you go. A Lamborghini. Something with a big thing on it.
Lamborghini hearse.
Oscar. Oh. They made North of the movie and crushed the scene. Okay, that's probably why. I plan on being cremated, so the size won't be a problem. Maybe the Jag hearse is for people that get cremated. Oh, there you go. What's that? An Espada? I don't know what that is. Lamborghini. Countach. Lamborghini Countach. Scoops would get in the way. Car was made for the movie Harold and Maude. Mexispec knows all this history. Might be. Oh, what the hell? There's what I want: a four-door Lamborghini. A limo? No, I don't think so.
What's a McLaren?
That's got to be a Photoshop.
Maybe. Here we go. A hearse doing.
I want to ride in a hearse. Make sure when I die, I get to ride in a hearse that does a wheelie
down the quarter mile.
I've only been in one car that did a wheelie. You know what it was? I was riding with Tony, UTG, in Bottle Rocket,
Bottle rocket.
and he pulled the front wheels off the ground. It's like, I was stunned at how fast that 318 was. And that was before he had the nitrous on it. It was just...
Was he running a stick in the car at the time? Or was it... Or didn't he switch over to an automatic? Or that was Plan Z, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was an automatic. I was sitting there. He goes, "Jump in. We're going to go down the other end of the track." We're in the pits, and I get in the back seat on the passenger side, and now I know why he had me get in there, so there'd be more weight on the right rear. And Kathy was up front, and he jumped on it. I was like, I wasn't even all the way in the seat yet, and I was like thrown back into the seat, and he went about, I don't know, a couple 100 feet, and then rammed on the brakes so we wouldn't drive off into some trees. And I'm like, holy crap.
Tony has some cars that are really
Balrock has an automatic now. He changed it for the race with Andy. Okay, so it had a manual transmission in it. Yeah, it pulls the wheels up an inch or two. I mean, I was just stunned because everybody online's got a 318. That's not going to go. And I was hearing all the naysayers, you know. And Tony's like, you know. And then it was like, oh my God. That was the same night that he broke the axle. And the axle and the whole wheel came flying out, and he oiled the track down. Oops. They got really mad at him. Tony's a car that can do a wheel. Yes, bottle rocket. I mean, you know, it does a wheelie like, you know, like a lot of drag cars do. They instantly pull the wheel off the ground and then comes back down and they're rolling, you know. Who else does wheelies like that?
Every drag racer ever?
Well, the Thunderbird that
Dallas's car.
Dallas's car, it pulls wheels and
Dallas's car freaking does burnouts like you've never seen in your life.
Yeah, go back and look at my video about the No Name Nationals, and about a third of the way through it, you'll see Dallas do a burnout.
I was standing there, and he was staging,
God.
and he did his cleanup burnout, and I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be good." And he just burned right through the lights, and a quarter way down the track, and then had to back it back out. Like, wow.
And then who else? Levi's Levi's, whatever he calls his garage. Levi's backyard garage. And his name's Dylan. And his Laguna will pull the left front wheel up.
Was that guy who had the LS with the headers that wrapped over top of it?
Oh, that thing.
Did that thing do wheelies? That thing was powerful.
I don't know. People got upset with him because he didn't have a window to roll up. Oh. And they, you know, there's some rules for that. You can do it, but you gotta have a net. You have to have a net, and you have to have restraints so your arm doesn't go flying out the window. Yeah, so.
I didn't know that they were having problems with that.
I did a wheelie in my '73 Pinto. Oh man, was it a wagon or was it a little hatchback or coupe, whatever you call them? I really like Pinto wagons.
How come your head is so much bigger than mine?
I have a big fat head. It's because lean forward. Why is your head so much bigger than mine?
I see. It makes sense now. It's camera angle. Yeah, but you wear a hat that's real big. I was looking at helmets for you for No Name Nationals.
Oh, I got a big fat head.
I want them to go down a track. One time, I gotta buy a helmet. It's gonna be like $200 for a helmet. Anybody know how to get
in road
a
racing they want That's right. They want the windows down, but I don't get it. It's just drag race rules. I don't know.
At different experiences, somebody got hurt because the window was down. They decided to make it.
Oh, John Wilburn says it does have okay, he's still here. It does have a window net. Now, don't you also have to have restraints so your hands don't go flying out there? I think. Of course, flying into a broken window isn't going to be good either. So I don't know.
Roland, it's just Torque Racing Productions. I don't mean to talk about people in a generic sense when they're legitimate race people. They contribute a lot to the community.
Dot helmet until you get to. Yeah, I'm not going to go that fast. I could probably. Yeah. I bet I could run down the track faster, and I don't run fast. Faster than that Valiant will go.
No, it's got 276 gears in it. You're probably right. Yeah.
Restraints are for open body
car.
cars. So if you have a net, you don't need a restraint, and you don't need a window. Bought my helmet at Walmart. Bottle Rocket had a 4-speed OD trans real steep first gear ratio. Yeah, that thing, man, that surprised me. Yeah, Pintos. I like Pinto wagons. I really like the little Pinto vans. I had several of those. If I could find a clean Pinto one that wasn't a rusty mess, a wagon, I'd probably get it and make it into a little van. That'd be one of my top most desirable cars because they just fit me and they're small and they handle good and you can put any engine in it. I always thought a good engine for the Pinto would be a 3.8 Buick, a turbocharged V6 like a.
So John, we could buy a Snell 2015 helmet. It's expired for all intents and purposes, but it's perfectly safe as long as it's not deteriorating. It's perfectly safe for slow car drag racing, and you're good with that. That's good. I was looking at Snell.
A $10 yard sale motorcycle helmet works down to 7.65. How does a helmet expire?
They're generally only considered good for 5 years.
I've had seat belts. That expired.
Seat belts expire as well.
And it didn't take long for them to expire, and I just ran them on the street. They were the 3-inch ones that have the things, and they have the fold-over thing. I ran it on the street in my.
It's kind of like the expiration dates on a canned good. It's not really that it goes bad instantly at that date, but like they've got to put a date on it so you know how old it is. And if you're actively participating in high power motorsports, you should just budget in new equipment.
Coyote and a Pinto. I was going to say, there's limits to that engine compartment. I did a couple of Pinto swaps. Somebody else did the swap. I did the cooling system. And it's almost impossible because of the length of a small block Ford. The water pump and everything is long, and it's just it's everything in there so tight. You really need to cut the firewall and everything. And I had V6 Pintos, 2.8s that didn't go very good, but they were okay. But I liked the car. It was just what a great car, It was I used them for delivery vehicles in my radiator shop. The little vans, because you could put a radiator back there, throw around town, easy to park, easy to get around in. Anybody could drive it, No, helmet has to be in date, but Snell 2015 or newer works for this year. Seat belts expire every 2 years. Yeah, seat belts.
Seat belts don't really expire. They're if it's a factory wheeled car, like street car, you don't need a harness. But once you get into harnesses, they expire every 2 years because you must be going very fast.
Well, my seat belts expired. They were race seat belts with the flip over clamp and they were really meant to have restraints on the legs, which I didn't have. They had the lap belt and the two that came down like this. There was an expiration date on them, but I ran them in a car on the street. It was a Fairmont Futura, and I didn't care. You just toss it around.
Well, the acceptance is the belt. Like, they expire. That's just the way it is.
I know safety is important in racing, but seatbelts, he says they don't expire.
He's just saying that the belt itself doesn't expire.
I ran them. I ran that car for several years after the expiration date, but I was on the street. It was way, way, way better than anything that came with the car.
I have no idea how you would wear out a harness in 2 years.
Well, if
2 years is the limit, it doesn't make any sense, but it is the rule.
If they expire on a race car, I'd put new ones in if I'm racing it, of course. The acceptance of seat belts. Okay, yeah, the acceptance, but not the belt itself. Tell me what could degrade in a 2-year-old seat belt. Yeah, that's why I was running them on the street. That microphone is a classic D104. Very good mic. Which one of you is the amateur radio operator? Well, I am very close. Well, yeah, that one she likes the looks of it.
I just like to put it there. It's cool. But
So
we talk on a regular USB microphone.
we talk on this one.
Careful, you just blew all their ears out.
We
Oh man. You're wrecking the entire system.
this says nothing. Yeah, I'm the amateur radio guy, but I'm not. I'm not a licensed amateur yet. I will probably go take my test this month. I said that last month, but I didn't get it done. Now I got to do a day. I don't know when the hell I'm going to take my radio test. But worse yet, I'm a CB, or that's like a bootleg radio guy. But all the amateur guys I know, they don't like to admit it, but they all started in CB. Those original seatbelts from 1972. Yeah, I have original seatbelts in the 72 Valiant. I don't know, John, are you still here? What's the deal with extremely slow cars like this 72 Valiant with a slant at it? What's the deal with seatbelts on that before you have to have the super belts and new and all that?
Oh yeah, it has to be pretty fast before you have to put special
I'm an
belts in.
autistic D dummy. Like Furia, 61-year-old belts, and they're fine. Yeah,
We like you, Danny boy. Don't
I
change
wouldn't
your
want
belt.
to. I wouldn't want to endo that Fury at a couple hundred miles an hour with those belts, but okay. Yeah, if I run around on the street, they're probably fine.
Maybe in Mexico. You know what? If you were up north in the salt belts, plenty of times I've seen the bolts that mount the seat belts down below the seat into the floorboards. I have seen them rot all the way through, so you could rip the seat belt out of the floor. So there should be some level of inspection, but I think the tech inspector, if he saw that kind of rot in your vehicle, would be very skeptical and start looking close.
I like this. You need a license? Oh, Mike N. Hello, Mike. I haven't seen Mike N. Did I miss him? I haven't been active for 25 years in ham radio. I started in CB. Everybody I know started in CB, except I knew people before the CB craze, older people that are long gone now that were ham operators that probably never knew what a CB was. We had a neighbor that was he was a high school teacher, and he had old radio gear like World War II stuff off a ship or something. I mean, that's what they used then. They built their own radios. They used old radios. They fixed them up, and that's the way it was then. I have 47-year-old seatbelts in my F-150. I ran them through the washer when I did my cab swap. Okay.
If your vehicle is close to stock, reasonably there's a limit of speed where you really need to look at better safety equipment. But if it's not close to that fast and it's just like a car that you want to make sure they're not torn or damaged in any way, that the mounting parts are working properly, that the retracting mechanism is working properly, that they're adjusted for you. So if something happens, that you are not ejected from the vehicle, because statistically you are much safer sitting in your seat through an accident.
If you're in the U.S., at least back when I got my pilot's license, you had to get a radio operator's permit. You didn't have to take a test. You just had to pay some money, and you got this stupid little piece of paper that said you were allowed to use the radio in the airplane. And that was I got my pilot's license in 1980. So yeah, I don't know what they've done since then. But that was in the U.S. in 1980. I had to get stupid radio operators thing. Before I could even solo, I was a student pilot. I had to get this, pay whatever, $8 or something to get a piece of paper from the U.S. government, from the FCC. What a bunch of idiots! It's like an $8 tax on everybody that's a pilot. They send you a 10-cent piece of paper.
Money, money, money. Don't tell them they'll raise the prices if they find out that.
Oh, I'm sure it's more than that now. 1980 prices. But I'm not flying. I haven't flown an airplane since. I haven't flown a manned aircraft since. 2010, I think. I did a flight test on a guy's airplane. I just never flew again. Yep, old Heath kits and homebrew kits. Yep, I had Heath kits. My very first CB was a handheld Heath kit radio, a little walkie-talkie thing. Yes, it's an FCC license. I don't concern myself too much with those things. Yeah, a lot of people don't. Used to have to get a license to operate a CB. Oh yeah. What's really cool now is if you're one of those people that had a license back then, they were 3 letters and 4 numbers originally. And then they were 4 letters and 4 numbers. So if you're one of those people that had the 3 letters and 4 number CB license, now that's something cool. And people kind of brag about it. But they're my age or older. A guy in high school built a V8 Vega. He'd sell it one time. He didn't reinforce anything underneath the left front wheel. Stayed in the air. Back when I was building radiators, that was one of the radiators I built. Was a bolt into the original mounts on the Vega, and it was a 3-row high efficiency core, and people used it on V8 Vegas. There was a guy in a machine shop next door to me put a 283 2-barrel in a Vega. Used one of my radiators, and that was his daily driver. And it was, you can imagine, a 283 2-barrel is what, like 195 horsepower or something. But he worked in a machine shop. I'm sure he did some porting on it and did some other stuff. But it was his daily driver, and for years. That thing was probably pretty good. Oh, here, Danny Boyd, KBCN 3408. That's the 4 letters and 4 numbers. Go ahead.
Dr. Go was mentioning about his accident in 1976, and I watched that video. And if you want to see a good video on Dr. Go's channel,
oh my God,
it's a heartfelt story.
I watched that.
It was a really good video. That was very well done.
I watched that, and what he's really lucky about is somebody recognized the problem he had and didn't let him go home. If he'd gone home, he would have died.
He'd have died in his sleep. Yeah.
I had to learn electronics test and learn Morse code at 13 words per minute. Okay, so you had at least a technician's license. I had a friend, when I was in 7th grade, he was in 8th grade, and he got the old, what was it called? Novice license, and you had to have 5 words per minute. And he built the Heathkit radio, and his parents let him put a dipole antenna that was under the eaves of the house so you couldn't see it. And he had contacts around the world as a novice. I've been trying to find him because he's a year older than me, so he'd be 71. And if I could find him, I wonder if he's still if he's still into amateur radio. If I remember correctly, my father started with KJB. That's an early license. That's the one people like to have. My neighbors that I learned CB stuff from. It's why I built the walkie-talkie. I was in 3rd grade, and they were KKX 9535. I'll never forget it. Of course, they've passed away now. FJB. Why FJB? No, KJB. There's no F's here. Must be the other FJB. Yeah, Mexican spec. I think they're thinking you had a Mexican license and you had a U.S. license because you lived in the U.S. then. My dad was a radio man in World War II at Normandy. Wow. So I grew up in the 50s with ham and then CB radios. Back then you would have postcards made with your call sign. Yeah, they call them QSL cards, and they're starting to do that again. And that's where people that had the old 3 letters and 4 numbers, they're putting those on their QSL cards because it's something to be proud of that you've been in it that long. I've seen QSL cards on new ones with the 3 by 4 numbers. Yeah, I gotta do a.
Throw in a plug for your CB guy on Thursday.
Oh, there's a live that I get in every Thursday night. I don't know.
Most Thursday nights.
Yeah, if you're into CB, he's like a Ford engine, 390 Wagon Master. And there's just like a couple hours talking about CB radios.
That's his CB radio club. He does his live stream on Thursdays. So if you're interested in CB radio, you should. It seems like a fun place to hang out. There's cool people there, right?
Yeah, it's
There's
a bunch of CBers that, it's like there used to be CBers on every corner of every street in the U.S. And now there's like CBers on one channel on YouTube once a week. There's about 20, 30, sometimes 40 people in there. And it's like here. It's all the same people come in. It's kind of fun. But that's my Thursday night. Kim has a Thursday night activity, and I have a Thursday night activity.
Yeah, I actually go out into the real world on
She goes out into
Thursdays.
the real world.
It's scary.
Oh, man. I have a general class license. I had a novice. Oh, you did have a novice. Yeah, that's 5 words per minute. Then technician. Then finally general. Well, see, now you don't need code for any of them. But I know people in the local ham radio club that are nothing but code. And they enjoy the code, and they use it a lot. Yeah, my goal is to get a technician's license here pretty quickly. And then I want to get a general. Why not? Well, once I do anything, of course, I want to upgrade. So I want to do that. I like Thursday nights off from lunch. Yeah, I like Thursday nights off too. But then I turn a live on. QSR.
Well, man, there's lives going
QSL
every night. It was tough to pick Tuesday for our lives because there's other people.
Well, on Monday there's lives, but I don't attend any of the lives on Monday just because I'm lived out. Same thing with Saturday. There's no Saturday lives. No, we don't. We do our own stuff on Saturday and on Monday.
Every night that I might be in, but I can't do it every night. I just can't keep up.
He says he still has a CB in his ramp truck. Going down the road, I like being on 19 on the CB because anything happens up ahead, man, that truckers start talking about it, and it's pretty good. And breaking down on the road, yeah, you have to call the government. Yeah, I guess. I break down on the road. I usually have so many tools with me. I can't not fix it. I gotta put my tools. I got this box back here with tools. I haven't put it back in the car yet. CB, all you hear is a mud duck. Are you talking about that clown from New Mexico? Man, is he a pain in the ass. I tell you, he sounds good. He's got a good rig, but man, he just needs to hush his mouth on Channel 19. I mean, you can hear him like he's right next to you, and you can hear truckers quarter mile down the road, and you can't hear him because that guy's blasting on top of him. He is really annoying, and he's not nice about anybody. He's just name calling people, and he's a problem. I know who you mean. Yeah, what's he go by? Hard Drive. His handle is Hard Drive. My wife is on Ways on the Road. It has all the information access. Hey, in Mexico, I know I pick up all people when the skips in here in the middle of the day. I hear Mexico comes roaring in here, but are there a lot of people in Mexico on CBs, or is it kind of just like a hobby thing some people do? Or is it even legal there? There used to be 5 licensed: novice, technician, general, advanced, amateur. Yes. And the novice and advanced, they say, are still, what do they call them? I can't think what they call them. They're still around. Now, I've got a friend that's advanced, and he can renew the advanced. You can't renew the novice. You never could renew the novice. You had to upgrade. But I've got a friend that's renewed his advanced, and he's still an advanced. Renewed it, I think, in 2022. He's still an advanced. Yeah, code. I was trying to learn the code for a while when it was required, but, there's so much to do. I was designing airplanes and busy and running an airplane factory, and I don't know. It just all got away from me.
What do you think? We're at 2.5 hours.
Are we at 2.5 hours already?
We are. The time flies.
Oh, we're past 2.5 hours. I used to live in the Salinas Valley. You would hear the farm workers on the CB all the time. Yeah, I bet. Man, I used to drive through there all the time. if you were from the Salinas Valley, I lived in San Luis Obispo, and I used to drive up to Travis Air Force Base, which is basically Fairfield, California, back and forth there, sometimes every weekend. And yeah, I had CB on always. I remember when CBs were factory option.
Remember when phones were a factory option?
Everyone hears the mud duck. Calls everyone, yeah, that idiot. He's running thousand. Yeah, what I've heard, the rumor is it's 10,000 watts, but he is so clear sounding. There's no distortion, nothing. So it's pretty clean, and I like to hear that. But he calls everybody names, and he hates every shop and wants you to bring his stuff to him. But he's got a terrible reputation for not getting things done. He's just loudmouth troublemaker, sadly. I worked at Travis for several years. Like almost 10. I was probably there 9 years total, because I was at Hickam in Hawaii several times, and where was I in Alaska? Elmendorf in Alaska. And then, of course, all the schools and everything I went to all over the place. But, yeah, Travis is like, I worked in a big hangar where they worked on TF-33 engines, and then I worked in a APU shop, and then I ran the APU shop for a couple of years. Then I had enough and left. 10 years of that. 10 years of the Air Force. We're in the peak of 11-year sunspout cycle, so Skip is not... Oh, it is good right now. And it's supposed to get better over the next year. What do you mean it isn't good right now? It's going. Middle of the daytime. It's really going. Never seen long antennas on cars anymore. Yeah, I got an 8-foot whip. I built an antenna for here, and I'm going to use the big long 8-foot whip on top of the house. Kim, look at this car for sale. Oh, bring a trailer. What are we looking at? Oh, a Colt? Oh, that's the little coupe. See, these are good for speed trap ahead or wreck ahead. Yeah, they're people always go, cell phone's better. No, it isn't, because you don't know the cell phone number of anybody on the road in front of you. So yeah, like going up, past where John lives. John Wilburn lives up in Virginia along somewhere close to 81. When I'm going up 81, Interstate 81, there's always something on the CB because there's a crash or stoppage or something, Gorgeous, almost extinct Dodge Colt. Oh, that's the little overhead cam engine, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Where is that thing? I don't know. A lot of pictures. But I like the other Colt better.
Current bid $16,000. It's in Salinas, California.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I like the little Colt, like what he had.
I don't like it. $16,000.
What's this Wienermobile over there? Is it for sale?
What?
Oh, it's a pedal car. I don't care about a pedal car.
Always funny.
That's the first Dodge Colt of this year Bring a Trailer has ever had. I used to look through Bring a Trailer a lot, but I don't too much anymore. If I'm just looking to look at cool stuff, I'll look at Doug DeMuro's, what's the name of his place? I can't think, Doug DeMuro's Cars and Bids. And then I look at Mexican Specs site every day. I never miss that. Wienermobile puddle car, yeah. What is that? Oh, it's a Cadillac hearse?
Yeah, I had that up there for like a half an hour before.
Yeah, and I just wasn't paying. I knew the front end was up there, but I didn't realize it was a hearse. I want to get an Oscar Mayer Wienermobile. Turn into something. I'm not going to read any more of that.
I mean, is it not already profane and offensive? The Oscar Mayer.
How about a Bratwurst? How about a Bratwurst? I was at a Safeway store in California, And I was coming out of the store, and the Wienermobile drives in, and little Oscar gets out, and there's a whole crowd around him. It's like, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe I was standing there looking at that stupid thing.
The business end. I would say you're right that the back end is the business end. That's
The business
where the
end.
business gets done.
Well, is the business end that end, or is it where the engine is? I don't know.
I mean,
In the 70s on the farm, we had CBs on all the trucks, tractors, house, shops. And you know what we use here? MERS, M-U-R-S. We use MERS radios, little walkie-talkies. They're up in the like low band business frequencies, what used to be low band business, or no, wrong, high band business frequencies. And they're good for talking around the property here. They're plenty good enough for that. And we just stick it on our belt or stick it in our pocket or forget where we put it. And she and I talk to each other like, "Where are you?" I'm in the shop. Okay, I'm on my way. You know, and they're really good. CBs are a bit clumsy for that now with those little MERS radios. But as soon as we're like up at the corner, we go to the store, and MERS radio won't talk that far. So I got another CB. I want to try it out because I think it's messed up. But I want to try it out with an antenna and with a different antenna.
which one's that?
And it's a Cobra 25. It's sitting in my
Oh,
room.
yeah, we never did anything with
And yeah, and I think it's bad, but I'm not sure. And if it works, we'll put it on the Jeep, and then we can
We'll do a short.
talk around here. You know, like you go up to Dollar General or go up somewhere. You know, all the little places we go around here, it'll be fine. You know, if we go any further, not just use the phone. You know,
We'll do a short about it.
but the phone is difficult in the car. CB is easy in the car. You know, you're not.
So, anybody who's still here, it seems like there's several people still here. This week, we're not worried about 30 days. For the next 7 days, we need to harass him every day and make sure he's putting out his short. If we get through 7 days, we can get through 30 days,
I'll
right?
just do it.
It
I'll
only
just do
starts
it.
one day.
I'll just do it.
Every
just
day
do it.
we're going to do at least one short. So,
You know.
give him grief. If you see it's evening and you haven't seen his short come up,
Well, and it's going to be
give him
different.
grief.
It's
Like, where's the
really
short?
it's going to be a different format than my normal videos, because my normal videos, I'm doing constructive stuff with
We could
cars.
cut bits of the
And-
live stream into
and what-
shorts if we
and what-
chose, but
What John says is, doesn't have to be what you normally do. Cooking something. Yeah, I cook. I cook alligator and cook weird stuff, and
we cook every day.
and,
we eat
and
every
I could do
day.
that. I do a short of eating alligator, or who knows what.
I'll do a short of you trimming the hair in your ears.
Well,
I mean-
lawnmower.
Yeah.
You cut some of your old.
Get the weed whacker.
Oh, I want a weed whacker. Why don't we have a weed whacker?
We do.
Well, I need one that works.
That one plugs in. I think it works.
I think it's one.
I got a carburetor.
I think it's one my former wife bought, and I think the pieces are
It's
missing.
burned up. Then maybe.
It doesn't have any string in it, and it's like, who knows?
Oh, the little bobbin on the bottom's messed
Yeah,
up.
and it's a cheap electric one that probably goes, and maybe you cut like one leaf.
Right? We could do it.
I guess I'd eat an alligator. That's a big animal.
Well, the alligator is already, like turned into like a little cube in the freezer. So it's not likely to eat us.
It's alligator tail. And I don't cook it like Southerners always cut it into little pieces and bread it and cook it. Well, I can't eat breaded stuff. So, and I've had that like in Southern Alabama. I've been down there and had alligator in restaurants, and if they're like appetizers, these little pieces with all this breaded stuff on them, and it doesn't taste much different than some other thing that's breaded about that big. But I'd make it differently, and it has an interesting taste. It's doesn't taste like chicken, doesn't taste like seafood, although there's a place here in town where they have fish and they sell it there. So it's sold sometimes in seafood sections, but it's different. And I think it's good.
Do people eat crocodile meat?
Crocodile meat, maybe down under somewhere where there's crocodiles. Ask, we need to ask Tavo that. Hey, you eat crocodile meat? I think he lives out in the middle of nowhere.
This is your assignment for next week. Next Tuesday, you need to come in the stream and tell us all we need to know about eating crocodiles,
iguanas.
I know. They put those on a stick and roast them, I think.
I got too many friends who have iguanas for pets. I don't know. Oh, that's another thing. Rabbits. Why are people so opposed to eating rabbits? We got a rabbit. I got to cook that rabbit, or she'll probably cook it on the grill.
We do have a rabbit. Then we can make a short of that.
But
look at all the shorts we can make. But to me,
most countries, rabbits like chicken. You just eat it, you know. So I don't know. I don't know what the deal is with that. Rabbits are easy to raise, and they're. I don't know. Some people think of them as pets, but I guess I don't know. I had a friend from the Philippines. It was a guy I worked with from the Philippines, and he was talking about dogs, and I said, "Oh, you have dogs?" I thought they ate dogs in the Philippines. He goes, pets, livestock, who cares? I'm like, okay, but a dog is different here because dogs are part of your family, you know. U.S. has crocs too. Really? I don't know. Maybe they do. I caught a wild hare and ate a rabbit. Okay. It's because rabbits are so adorable. Well, aren't chickens adorable? People get these little chicks, and it's
baby chicks maybe, but once they grow up, no, they're hideous monsters.
Like some woman on the internet. Some guy was on the internet talking about what he's feeding his birds. Oh yeah, here we go. This got me upset because he was feeding the birds. Some bird he had is feeding mice and rats. And a woman's like, why can't you feed your bird something where nothing has to die? And he says, like, do you have a suggestion? And she says, well, like hamburger. What? Don't you understand that something has to die to eat the hamburger? What do you think? You slice a piece of hamburger off a cow and then it goes out there and regrows that part? This woman was serious. Eat hamburgers so nothing has to die. Oh,
I think she was a little confused. Well,
rabbits are meant to be food, which is why they reproduce so quick. Oh yeah, think about how quickly they see. I grew up in the 50s and 60s down the street. There were some neighbors, they're like good block and a half down the street. They had rabbits, and they like reproduce like crazy, and that's why they had rabbits. They butcher some of them, you know, and I don't know. I didn't think anything was wrong with that. Plants have feelings too, which is what vegans don't want to admit. You know, I watched something one time where they put electrodes all over some plants, and they had somebody come in the room and just tear the shit out of a plant, throw leaves on the ground and everything, and make a mess out of the plant. And then there were people coming in and out of that room all the time, and then that same person came back in, and the plants all this electronic stuff they could detect on the plants. Like the plants went into a panic when this person came in the room. It's like, really? I don't know how true that was, but that's what they claimed when they were doing the test. You can measure the plants by... Yeah, there you go. Something. I don't know what they're measuring. They're measuring something.
What we should do...
I eat plants.
Genetically engineer stem cells for humans that have chlorophyll. And then we can just stand outside in the sun, hold our arms up, and grow our own energy. And all we'll have to do is breathe carbon dioxide.
What are you talking about?
Listen, if we breathe carbon dioxide, that helps global warming, right? And then we just need to eat little rocks and sticks and stuff to get our nutrients.
Jeez.
I think it's a great idea. Nothing bad could happen by bioengineering photosynthetic
That's like
humans.
if we could make the engine in a car run backwards. Let's make the engine in a car run backwards. And then what'll happen is we'll suck in exhaust and the dirty air that we have all around us, and it'll run and it'll turn into gasoline, and then like once a week all you got to do is drain the gas tank. Right?
Put a patent on that. I want a quarter every time someone uses it.
For some reason I think there's a flaw in that.
Danny Boyd, I think that's the probably already the plot of some sci-fi horror movie or Spider-Man character.
Specs laughing. Are you laughing at my backwards running engine?
Who knows? We should definitely, clip you out of the and make that into a short of you telling the story about running the engine backwards. Fungus in the soil. Lester, I'm sure. I mean, it really is real stuff. We deny the reality that we're all interconnected because it's upsetting, but that's, I don't know. We all have, we did. Right? I gotta see if I can cut him out and have him tell that story. Clip you.
I already told the story.
I know, but I gotta
I already
clip
told
you.
the story.
I don't know how to do a clip. Somebody mark, this is at 2 hours and 55 minutes in the stream, and we'll see if we can pull
You
a
have to
clip
take
out
the
of there.
phone, instead of having it back and forthy, you have to put it in up and down.
Up and downy mode.
And then you have me tell the story again. But I probably have a new story that I'll tell. Like probably something that happened in Russia. Oh, jet boat engines used to run backwards. Somebody, like in the last year or so, had an engine that wouldn't stop leaking out the rear main seal. They struggled with it for quite a while before they figured out they had a crankshaft from a backwards running boat engine, and the little serrations where the seal rides were backwards. So when it's turning, instead of trying to suck the oil into the engine, it's trying to push it out past the seal, which it did very well. And they had that wrong crankshaft in there. So
Didn't Chrysler made boat engines?
I think it was a small black Chevy, actually. Huh?
Chrysler made boat engines. They made Slant 6s that were boat engines. I'll bet you there's cranks out there that are machined to spit oil out the rear main seal.
The smell when you cut grass is grass warning the other grass. Man, you got to go like crazy and just like sneak up on that grass as fast as you can.
Have you ever had that grass that when you push the mower over it, it seems you think you cut it, but as soon as you get past it, it stands back up, sees you coming, and lays down.
When I was a kid, that was one of my jobs, mow the grass. We had this reel mower with these, not like reality, but it had these blades that were kind of curved, and this thing
Do you ever have an
turned.
electric powered reel mower?
I knew somebody that had a gas powered reel mower, and then there was a blade. There was like a edge on the bottom, and you had to push this thing. And I was so small that if I pushed on the handle, it'd want to go up. So I used to get next to it, put my arm around the handle, and hold the thing like this, and I'd get a quarter for mowing the lawn.
Kids these days, they know nothing. We did that stuff.
So I'd get a quarter, which back then is like, I don't know what, 25 cents in 1960. I gotta look this up.
Could you buy a model kit with it?
No, models were, when I was buying models, they were $1.50, $1.70, or $2. And Mexican Spec just shared a post. I just got that on my phone.
Twins turn opposite, right.
Let's see here.
But they also made a 225 Slant 6 marine engine. I don't know if any of those were reverse rotation, Dr. Go.
Point. I used to get a quarter.
I know I've seen the parts from them because they have special intake and everything because they lay them all the way on the side when they're using them.
25 cents in 1960. It's like $2.58 now. Would a kid mow like a lawn in front of a house, a small lawn, for $2.50?
No, never.
That's 10 times. I don't know. I'd mow a lawn for a quarter back then.
Back then, yeah.
And
I had a paper route.
And I was like 6 years old when I started
had to mow
doing
my
that.
lawn, my grandmother's lawn down the street, and then the acre of property at my other grandmother's house on the old farmhouse.
Chrysler made 318, 364, 40 marine engines, summer reverse rotation, twins turn opposite.
Yeah,
Man, there are
opposite directions.
very few airplanes like that. Airplanes, most of them turn the same direction. So one engine's called the critical engine. If you lose the critical engine, you're going to have a really hard time making that airplane stay in the air and go straight and not roll. There are a few airplanes have counter rotating props, but most don't. A twin engine airplane, you know what a twin engine airplane's for. So you lose an engine. The other engine, That's to take you to the scene of the accident. There's very few pilots that really know how to fly a twin-engine airplane correctly. My dad wouldn't let me have a go-kart, but he made sure I had a lawnmower.
I had to
Isn't that
fix
right?
the lawnmower
Isn't
too.
that
That's how
right?
I learned how to do mechanical stuff
He
because
wouldn't even do it for
the gas
$20.
would go bad.
You don't think they do it for $20? Yeah, they probably wouldn't do it for $20 because somebody give them $20 for doing nothing. I have our old push mower from when I was a kid. Dad bought a new one that had the gas motor on top. Okay, yeah, it was a vertical engine. It would drag me around back then. Man, there was a woman I knew, was a little tiny Filipino woman up in Maryland, and she bought a mower, and she got it home, and then she called me, and she goes, "Yeah, can you come over here? I bought this mower," and so I get over there. It's in a box. It's a freaking kit. So there's a handle and a mower and some other pieces. So we put it all together, and she bought one that drove the rear wheels. Well, I moved it around. If you squeeze this thing back, it'd mow, and then when you squeezed it harder, it'd start driving the wheels. Well, she was tiny. She was 4'8". So she'd pull this thing, and the handle was way up here, and she'd pull it, and that thing would do a wheelie and just drag her across the yard. And it was funny, except it wasn't, because she could hardly control the thing. But she learned to do it. Parents set the pay. You don't have a choice, but and then that same mower, she called me up like a couple of weeks later, and she goes, I was told to put oil in it. So she got a quart of oil and poured it in the mower and filled it all the way. There was a tube that went up the side of the mower with a little dipstick on it. She filled that thing all the way to the top. She goes, now it smokes. Well, I went over there, and the crankcase was completely full. So I got a turkey baster thing, and I sucked all the oil out of it and put it back in the quart bottle. And then we started up, and it smoked for about 3 or 4 passes up and down the lawn, and then it quit smoking. I was surprised it even started after that. I guess I pulled the plug out and cleaned it because it was all oily. They're infinitely more dangerous than single-engine airplanes in the wrong hands. Yeah. You know, the safest ones are the center-line thrust, like a Cessna 337. One engine up front, one in the back. But, man, they sound funny. And I don't know. I worked around all these different airplanes. 4-engine airplanes, everything. They're safe. You just got to, a small twin, a light twin-engine airplane. It's real easy to get it over gross. It's real easy to get into airports you can't get out of single engine, and you just have to have pilots that understand that and not get into those situations.
You have to be trained to properly operate the equipment, or else you will hurt yourself.
337 is so inefficient, though. I had a friend that had a 337, and he flew that thing. He flew it to work every day up near San Francisco and flew back to San Luis Obispo. He took off one day, and he couldn't get the gear up. So he kept messing with it till he got the gear up. And then guess what? Couldn't get the gear down. So he kept messing with it. He went out over the Pacific Ocean, put the autopilot on, put in some kind of orbit out there on the autopilot, got out of the instrument panel and messed with it. And he found the problem. It was a hydraulic problem, which, on a Cessna, the backup is a pump to pump the gear down. Well, if you have an electrical problem and the hydraulic pump doesn't work, the pump will put the gear down. But if you have a hydraulic pump, you can pump all day long, the gear doesn't come down. It just pumps fluid overboard. So he had a hydraulic problem. So he ended up landing it with the gear up, tore the bottom of it all up. Really wasn't too bad. He shut off the front engine before he landed and got the prop lined up so it wouldn't hit the ground. So he only had the rear engine when he was landing. So he didn't tear up the engines. But yeah, it was a noisy. Oh man, I've been around airports for a long time. Every gear up landing that I've been around has been a Cessna with hydraulic problems. So the backup pumping the gear down doesn't get the gear down. When I was training in that, I had an instructor. He says, I was just first training with landing gear. And he says, I want you to look out the window on downwind and say out loud, I am in a retractable gear airplane and my gear is down. And then make sure the 3 green lights are on and make sure it's really down. So I was doing that. I'm flying. I look down. I put the gear down, look down, no gear. And and I look around and the circuit breaker for the landing gear is pulled. So I push the breaker in. And the instructor reaches over and pulled the breaker back out and he goes, that's not the problem. And I said, okay, so you want me to pump it down? He goes, I want to know what you're supposed to do. So I pumped the gear down, locked it, came around, landed. That was kind of funny at the time. We have a new president. Her name is Claudia Scheinbaum. Doesn't sound Mexican to me, though. No, it doesn't. It sounds sort of German, maybe? I don't know.
It's Mexican now.
So it's Mexican now. Some planes have like an explosive charge to slam the gear down and lock it in emergency. Man, in the C-141, they had a thing called the hernia bar. And you go in there, a giant bar, and take a bunch of people, and you can imagine why they call it a hernia bar. She manually put the gear down. Wind English. I got to go and move a freezer around. I'll be back. Yeah, we might be gone by then, but I don't know. Maybe you'll move it quickly.
I, for one, welcome our Scheinbaum overlords.
She is the first female president in North America. Might be right.
Did they ever have a female president in Canadistan?
Canadistan. I don't think so. I guess not. I'm just believing what Mexican.
I mean, I'm guessing she's a huge lefty. I can't imagine that she got to be a woman.
I gotta go move a free. Okay, I've already said that. She is from the same party as the last one. Okay. I did my high performance endorsement of Piper PA 28201. What is a 201? What's a 201?
She's a climate scientist, lefty.
What's a 201? A 201 is a. Trying to think of what that thing is called. That's it's not an arrow. Maybe it's an arrow, Piper arrow. Yeah, I did my complex in a Cessna 172 retractable, which is called man, I don't remember what they call that. And then I did my then after that I did the high performance in a 182. A really nice Cessna 182. What is the 172 RG? A Cutlass. I did my first stuff in a Cutlass. It was cheaper than the 182.
That's really interesting about the new president, Mexican spec. Is this just happening today? I don't follow Mexican politics at all.
Arrow. That's what, yeah. I knew some people that had an Arrow. And I never rode in it, never flew it. The exchange rate shot up after the election, which means the peso got weaker. Went up 70 cents in one day. Comanche. You know, I belonged to a club, and they had a Comanche. It was Comanche 250. I wanted to fly it. The insurance company required 10 hours in type to fly it, which means I had to go out and flog around with an instructor for 10 hours in an expensive airplane with an expensive instructor. And you know what? I didn't do it. I do not like those Cirrus airplanes. Yeah, I'm not a big Cirrus fan. Oh, Arrow, yeah. Sunday was the election. Cessna 172 RG, yeah, that was a Cutlass. That was the first complex airplane I flew, was the Cutlass. Oh, my wife voted. It's like women and men. It's all
My wife.
big cheese. Who knows?
Are you implying something by that statement, Mexican spec? My wife voted for her.
Yeah, I could. I'm not going to comment any. I don't want to get any politics.
I mean, Mexican politics. I don't know.
The Arrow is probably one of the slowest high performance airplanes ever. And now, don't they all have ADs on wing bolts or something with the spars? I don't know. I think all those PA-28s have some kind of an AD down there. She might be a car hater. Oh, who knows? I mean, that's what today's politics is in the U.S. You're on this side and you hate everybody over there. You're on this side and you hate everybody over here, and there's nothing that makes any sense. And the whole media is there to make sure everybody keeps hating everybody. And it's just that's how they gain power, is by making sure everybody hates everybody. It sucks. And I'm tired of the whole thing. This might be our. I think that they do. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter who's at the top seat. Nothing changes, just like in the U.S. Stuff
I
changes in the
mean,
U.S.
nothing is an overstatement, but like the rich and powerful are still rich and powerful, however you slice the bread.
Well, in Mexico, Mexican Spec told me to not go to. There's a place I went one time to get medication, and he says, "Don't go there. I don't know how to pronounce the name of the state. It begins with a T." And he goes, "That's ta 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 ta." And then he says the name of the state, and he goes, "The ta 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 ta." There's a machine gun, and I said, "It's really that bad?" He goes, "Yeah, don't go to that state." It's like, yeah, I've been there. So it's pretty funny.
Thank you, Dr. Go.
I really enjoy your live
Glad
shows.
you're
You
here.
guys do a great job with keeping things interesting and always provides lots of good information to learn from. Great audience that has so much to offer. Yeah, I enjoy this bunch.
I don't want to like toot my own horn too loud here, but like I worked my butt off to set us up with a good studio so that we have the
Oh.
screen and we can move things around and interact well with the chat while looking ahead instead of down at a machine the whole time, as some people do. So like we're doing our best to give you a high quality entertainment and community space. We enjoy it. We look forward to it every week. It is hard work, but I definitely find it's worth it. And we're meeting people and getting to know each other better, and I really think it's great.
Well, you know, I did lives with UTG for about a year and a half. And Tony and I would sit there, and Kathy was across the way, and she'd sit there with a phone. She'd be looking at the phone and pointing that thing at us. That was their studio. And there were times she had to get up and leave, go take a break. And they'd have me go over there, and I'd be on that phone trying to read the comments. It is like almost impossible. I don't know how she does it, but she does it. But that was their studio. Kim comes here, and she goes, "I've got some equipment to set up." And man, we got a studio that's second to none. I love it. Got big screen with all the comments. I can see what's going on there. I can see my files here. I can see my picture over there that we can drag up on the screen. She can pull up stuff. This is... I think that screen idea is awesome. Oh, you know what we never did today? We never went in the dyno room.
We haven't been in the dyno room all night.
Tony freaks out when Kathy leaves, and I understand why, because I've been on the other end of that. Yeah, here we are. We're in the dyno room.
We are in the dyno room. The dyno room has been, since we developed the concept of the dyno room, has been my safe place. When I get too flustered with keeping the screens going or there's too much going on, I default to the dyno room. So I must have had a pretty good night.
I've been sitting right there with Tony when he freaks out when Kathy leaves, and he goes, get over there, take her phone." And I'm like, "No, I can't even do what I need to do." I don't know how I don't know how she does that. She pulls it off. But, man.
Should we turn around the other camera again and show them what the studio looks like? Or is it too messy?
Does that camera work?
It does.
Okay.
I think it does.
Well, yeah, it's messy. Just don't move up where all the bad stuff is. I mean,
I'll
we
try.
have some stuff in the background that's covered
So
up.
I'm going to side cam.
Okay, I don't know. Не работает.
Nothing's
Doesn't work.
happening.
Doesn't work. In Russian, не работает.
Yeah, it's not working.
It doesn't
Let me
work.
see. You keep talking. I'll see if I can get it to
You're gonna
come on.
see. People are gonna steal your ideas. Charge them for it. Oh man.
We cannot steal
Call
the
it a
idea.
non-confidence vote. Oh, that's Canadian politics, and I think the same thing in the UK. Oh, you're trying to find it. Oh, I see. You've got different selections for cameras, and that one's not hooked to any selection, or you just don't know what selection is. Wendy English, I'm back. Wow, you moved the refrigerator already? I'm back. How is your back after moving the refrigerator? Or was it a freezer? I don't remember which it was. Some big, heavy...
Oh, there it is.
There we are. Oh, there's Kim.
Came
There's
alive. It just needed restarting.
there's the green screen behind us.
All right.
Okay, don't show them too much
Here's Bucktail
above.
Campa. There's his computer.
This is over here, this is where I have my files
Now
and
he
stuff
can
that I
pick
can look
from
at.
his files, and they go on that screen over there, and I can pull the image off of that screen and put it up there. Whoop.
Yeah, there's a microphone in there.
There's us. That's where our streaming software. We use OBS, Open Broadcast Software, to send to YouTube.
And then there's the comments.
There's our text. That is, what size TV is that? 58-inch screen or 60-inch
It's a
screen?
55. It's
So
a
we have
55
two
inch.
massive screens. That's his laptop second screen, and then this is my screen that I use to bring up different internet browser windows. So it is overwhelming. And there's our microphone. It's overwhelming. It's a heck of a big job.
Shaquille, how do you pronounce that, Kim? Shaquille Shake. I'm sorry if I pronounce it wrong.
Shaquille?
Okay, looks like a mission control. It is a mission control. This is our mission.
It's a heck of it's an operation here. And
yeah.
right.
Kim set up the studio for old eyes. I said,
big text.
I told her,
Big
put
text.
that 55-inch, we had a 55-inch screen. I said, tip that thing on its side and blow the comments up as big as you can. Because I have two pairs of glasses. I have a distance pair and I have like a reading pair. And that screen is right, neither work. Because it's too far for these glasses, but it's too close for the other ones. So I run these glasses, and I can read that because it's big enough. John Cope, hey!
The other thing that we do. Hey, John!
Oh, yeah, we got questions for you, but I don't know. She has questions for you.
Our camera right there.
You...
See how little it is?
Oh, yeah, a little camera on a stalk.
I gutted it out of the case, so it's just the bare minimum electronics, so we can look right through it.
Kim, this is the first.
What we're doing.
Shaquille, he's watching from India, halfway around the world. Pretty cool.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for stopping in.
You are light years ahead of me. Huge job and kudos to you broadcasters. Well, Kim kind of got this stuff all together before we met. She brought it all into this house, and then she started...
I was helping some other people do professional live streams.
She started setting it up, and I wasn't too big on it. And then when
I was like, "We're gonna have a green screen, and we're gonna be able to." And he was
"What's
like,
a green screen? I don't know." And then she did it all, and it's like, "Oh man, this is great."
Just try it with me.
I see you've been doing transies.
I have been transing.
Transing. Oh, yeah, she's torn into some transmissions, and now I'm like, I always thought like an automatic. Like power goes in and magic happens and power goes out. And now I'm like, I think maybe we can do this. So I don't know. Maybe we can do this.
Everything we own is junk. So I got some junk transmissions.
So I have a question for John Cope. We have a 2008 Jeep. What is that thing?
Liberty.
No, it's
Renegade,
not a Liberty.
Diplomat.
It's some kind of Jeep. It's a front driver with a little whiny CVT transmission. Have you ever been in one of those? Can they be fixed? Ours doesn't need to be fixed yet. But every one of those I've had, Patriot, right? Every one of those I've ever had didn't go much over 100,000 miles. Well, this one's got 185 on it. It still seems to work. So I'm like, one day that thing's going to take a crap. So I don't know. I can't pay somebody else to do it, but maybe I'll buy Kim a manual. She can go into it. I'll stand there and I'll video it while she goes, I don't know, what is this? Oh, won't that be fun? Yeah, we've been doing transmissions. He's probably looking at what we're doing and going like, man, that's like pretty crude stuff. Because you're just putting stuff back together where it'll work. But she bought parts. She bought new parts for one of them.
I bought some parts from Jegs. I'm sorry, Cope Racing Transmissions.
Well, she's put together a stock transmission. Just had to get some stock steels and clutches. Probably had the transmission replaced at 100K. It may have. Although I knew the girl that had it for a long time, and I asked her about that. So if that happened, it happened before she got it. So, yeah, I don't know. Wilburn is learning a lot. Yeah, I've heard Wilburn's pretty good with those 904s. Kim's got what do you have? A 904 that needed the parts? Which one needed the parts? The 727 or the 904?
The 727 needed all the rubber parts, the seals
Okay.
and stuff, because there was leak. It was like weeping it, and it was all hard and worn. And then the
Which one
the
needed
904 needed the clutches and
the
steels.
clutches and steels? Yeah.
They were really way out of specification.
Well, and the steels all were. Some of them had blue all over them, or they'd gotten hot. So that's a good
Yeah, they
indication
turned blue.
that something was happening.
Yeah, and the bands, it looked like the wearing faces on the drums from the bands. It looked like somebody had been pushing that really hard. Yeah, I gotta
No.
go back. I watched a bunch of your old videos, John Cope, and I'm kind of learning that. And then I learned how much Cope wants you guys to disassemble that front-wheel drive Jeep Trans and ship it to him.
Yeah, right. Here's a giant box of parts. It's like, what's this? Oh man.
Why, does he want to get a look at it?
Don't they make a nice little front wheel drive transmission, a bolt in there that works like a transmission? I have two E4 ODs that need rebuilt. You know,
I mean, give it a try. Start taking it apart. Watch some tutorials. The worst you can do is learn what not to do.
if I ever
That's how a lot of people learn to do. I work on junk stuff my whole life, and that teaches me how to.
if I ever have a
stuff.
transmission that I want done right, John Cope's going to do it. But I'm at Social Security. There's like not a lot of money for high performance cars. I want to sell those cores. Man, I was going to do a radiator for Kim, and she went out and bought those Chinese aluminum radiators, and we went over it. It's not
It
bad.
was too cheap. The cost of a copper replacement core, it's just astronomical. Like I just it's too cheap to just buy one.
Cope.
I mean, what he does in the privacy of his own home, it's Pride Month. Let's just let him do whatever he likes with
Quiet,
his
just
friends.
Stop this.
Okay, sorry. It's the
We're
end
going
of the
off.
stream.
We're going off track. I'll bet that I have 10 of those E4 OD transmissions in the past 30 years. I'm not even sure what that is. E4 OD.
Isn't that a Ford?
Is that a Ford? Like a. What are those things called? I don't know.
Is that stand for E4 overdrive transmission?
Probably one of those overdrive. I don't know. I'm talking out my ass.
Okay.
When I talk about transmissions, it's C6s, C4s, and FMXs. And maybe Fordmatics, if anybody even knows what that is. So cast iron thing from the 1950s. So those are the transmissions I've been around. And everything newer than that, it's just like, yeah, I don't know.
I paid junk prices for a 904 transmission, unknown, from a guy who got it with a project, whatever. And then I paid junk prices for a 727, unknown, was working when pulled, but hasn't been in a.
See that? Dr. Go. Cope's 904 and 727 basic shift kit is available now in a ballpark of $100. So you could do that
Yes.
on that the 904 and put it in the Dart.
And the thing I like about a 904 is I do not have to buy a super duper reverse manual shift valve body to operate it, because anything newer than a 904 or 727, it needs some kind of electronics to run. So for hot rodding, I want something that's old. So these are for future projects. I'm just kind of developing all the pieces, so we have known good stuff sitting on the shelf, and we could just say, okay, we're going to build a car. We've got a frame. Let's put the motor and transmission, driveline, get it all together. Okay, now we're going to build a special body, because he wants to build special bodies.
Yeah,
And we don't want to have super computer controlled, and they're not going to be daily driver vehicles. We want them to be able to drive, but they're not going to be daily driver vehicles, so they don't have to get phenomenal gas mileage. They do not have to have, super great stuff. They just need to work.
it's kind of hard to want to drive something that's like a little. Oh, here you go. You cannot run off 904 high horsepower without installing hardened shafts. Yeah.
Right, Wilburn? That was some kind of jab. Yeah.
Well,
Hard-
she's
hardened
likely to
shafts.
be running in her dart a 318 or a 360 that's basically stock, and it's going into a 66 dart. So 904 makes sense to me. And then the rear end, I don't know what ratio that rear end is. It's the whole.
I think it's like a 323 kind of series.
We did it. We did the whole thing on our two channels. I don't know which is
Oh
on.
yeah, it's independent suspension. We're gonna
It's
do a back half on the car.
back suspension out of a crossfire that had a fire in it. She calls it the lost fire, and we narrowed it so it was the correct width for the dart, so the wheels won't stick out beyond the fenders. So it's a complete independent suspension. She sat there and figured this out, and I'm like, oh my God, this is going to be a horrible chop and cut and weld. But she planned it out real well.
It went
It's
together
not-
like a jigsaw puzzle. I
It
cut it
wasn't
out
bad.
and it just went
And I
together.
welded it, and then we had to shorten the axle shafts by
We did a video on it and no one watched it.
2.5
But we had
inches.
fun.
Was it 2.5 inches each side?
Yeah, we narrowed it 5 inches.
Okay, so yeah, that rear end came out really nice. So we'll be putting that in the dart.
See, but that's the thing is none of our goals, project goals right now, are high-powered drag race cars. We're looking for fun, sort of like interesting body designs and like. Cope, I'm going to find out. My dart sport will test mine for sure. There you go. See, I just don't have the LA 318 will only make a couple hundred horsepower. The 904, even in its stock form, should be fine unless we start whooping on it intentionally, which we're not going to do that unless we expect it to break. Now, if we start whooping on it, we're going to pull it back out and put a real kit in it before we try and do that because we know what it is.
He says I'll have to go back and watch that video. I think
Check it out, Dr.
I think
Go.
it's more than one video.
And it might be on my channel.
Kim fixes things. In Buff Del Campo, it's probably some of it's spread between the two. I think the welding on the axles is on my channel, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, we put
I
the
don't
welding
know.
on his channel and some of
don't
the farting around with it on both channels because we work together on stuff. So
But nothing on that was just narrow it. Everything was compound, curves, weird, everything. And she just figured out where to cut where it all worked. And it was amazing how
and we sorted out whatever other trouble there was.
and she cut and I welded, and most of the fits are really good except a couple places where you could never make it fit, and then she cut some pieces of metal and made it so it did fit, and it came out really good. And of course all the adjustments are still there for the camber and the toe, so we'll be able to get that thing going right here. I want to spend my money on car stuff, but even more, I want to spend money on tools. I really want a set of turn plates and a set of hub gauges so I can do wheel alignments in the shop. And I'd rather do that than buy something cool for my car. So I don't know. I'm a tool fanatic. Dr. Art, how you doing?
Hey, Dr. Art, that motor's looking great in Big Richard. Wow. Nice work.
So,
John Cope and John Wilburn, you have taught me to be brave enough to open up that transmission, get it back to spec enough that it will operate. And if I can at least do that and build on that success, I know that I don't know and that I need to defer to people I see you as experts. Like if somebody's asking me questions, I'll say, you know who you can ask is John Cope because he's part of our racing community and he knows his stuff. And John, when I had to take the tail shaft off that 727 because there was bugs making nests in it, and I drilled for the sprag for that extra oiling because I saw your video on how to do it. So I watched and I measured and I looked and I verified and I made sure there was no burr on the hole where it came through so that I would get extra oil on the sprag because you taught me something really amazing.
front seat or back seat, I don't know. Don't know what's going on there.
He's making transmission jokes. And it's okay. I can laugh.
I'm doing good. I don't know.
He doesn't like
everyone
us
else.
to talk about it in the lives or really in anywhere, which is fine because
Well,
this is a car
there's
channel.
there's areas I don't like to go. Politics, I'll dive this far into it and say something like what I did a little while ago. Like both sides hate each other and they just want to keep the population fighting each other. They gain power that way. So that's as far as I want to dive into politics. I don't know. Yeah, there's a few, you start getting into stuff that's a little, stuff we probably just shouldn't go that far.
I didn't even know what are those bearings that I didn't know I needed until I bought
Thrust washers.
I bought a kit. I went to Jegs. They had it in stock. I could use my anyways. It was late night and I clicked and they sent me a kit and it looked pretty complete. I was like, well, where are the what are they called, thrust washers? Where's the thrust washers? Well, standard kits don't come with thrust washers. I'm like, why not? So now I realize that a complete kit.
Hello.
Belleville washers.
Belleville washers. Belleville washers.
They're the ones with the tabs on
Belleville washers are like a spring. I think they're thrust washers. Go see John Wilburn live that featured John Cope from about a week ago or so. It was a Sunday show. Oh, you know what's wrong with Sunday shows? We're on. They overlap with UTG. So yeah, we're gonna have to go back and watch it.
John Cope, dry thrusts can be painful and just unpleasant, Jesus. Always lube. Okay.
So we've got
the ones that are springy. Yeah, that's enough. I don't know what those are called, but I know what you mean.
She's got a transmission that has huge clearance in the. Oh. What are you calling them?
The 904 is
we know
heavily worn.
We know what's wrong.
They slap between the steels and it's bad.
And that's when the steels are all blue. So once you put new steels and new clutches in there, that gap may be gone, but it may not be. You're gonna have. I'm looking at that saying, you're gonna have to put the proper thrust washers in there to get that right. I think. I don't know.
Oh no! It's the weird hour. We have reached the weird hour.
No, I won't go into the weird hour.
Let's not do it. We might have to. But back to talk the spring thing.
See, we had a bunch of new people come in. A bunch of people that weren't in earlier, so I kept it going.
Causing trouble.
Well, because I kept it going.
Dr. Go was suggesting. Remember that John had John on for. They were talking about John's new shift improver kit. And it looked like a really cool thing. So John Cope, can I install that shift improver kit in the transmission while it is in the car? Or does it have to be done on a bench? And do I have to take it back apart or is it just the valve body? It was like some springs and things to adjust. And see, I know there's things I still haven't learned yet because there's a way to adjust the line pressures and stuff like that. I don't know how to do that yet. I haven't inspected. Okay, so there's the live
introducing the CRT.
So if you're curious to learn from somebody who knows what they're doing, if you're interested to see my experience of fighting through learning how to take a transmission apart and inspect it and stuff like that, then you can watch my channel. But if you want to learn from somebody who has some idea what they're doing, then watch John's stuff.
The ambulance is parked at the funeral home in Clarksville. It sure is. And we drive by it a lot. It's right near the Department of Motor Vehicles, which they call, there's some other name for it here. And I keep wanting to stop and look at it up close. All the modifications in the shift kit are just to the valve body. Okay, so that means...
So I can do that in the car or on the bench, but I don't need to take all the stuff apart. So if I focus on getting that stuff right the first time, we can make adjustments to the valve body and improvements as we build. But I'm very new in the learning process, but I would like to have, an assembly that at least I have all the parts are within specifications so that it can be run and build on, So I got the stuff so I could study and learn and, just get hands on parts and stuff like that because I can't drive up to your place and go through a transmission yet. Hopefully, I don't know. I would love John sometime. I would love to come up there and we could go through the transmission. But I know that I need to save up a portion of money to be able to pay for the parts to do that. And I don't expect you to give me free parts. That's not really why you're in business. So, but next year, or
Well, hopefully
next project.
hopefully we see each other at No Name Nationals.
And
And
that's the other thing is I have so much going on. I have that 99 Dodge truck with the overdrive type transmission, and I need a valve body that's reverse manual for that so that I can run it behind it. I
I
think
don't even
behind
know
a
what the plan.
360.
I don't even know what the plan is for that.
Well, yeah, but I know that transmission doesn't go into second gear. It won't come out of first gear, and I don't know if it's an electronic problem or if it's some damage internally, and so I may need parts from that, and I might want to bring that up to you because if I can get that going, that's a pretty valuable piece. Where this old 727's just like a heavy truck transmission, but this 46RH or 46RE could be a really like stout machine kind of thing. Anyways,
Pass it. Oh, I pass it every Wednesday. Thought it looked familiar. Oh, okay. Where are you that you're passing that every Wednesday?
I forget who LP94 is. Like, I can't connect a. Darn it. Oh, I think I know who that is.
He was just on with John, wasn't he?
Oh, I don't know.
Straight bill 3393. Yeah, that's yeah, it's on Madison Street in Clarksville.
Lars.
Yeah, Lars, that's right. I couldn't think of that. Lars.
Oh, it's Lars. Hi, Lars.
So Lars is here in.
Thank you for being in our stream.
He's here in
like
Clarksville.
watching when you make content.
I didn't think he was here in Clarksville. You're gonna need that electronic chance when you put that big turbo on that 360 and that little big turbo on that. I don't know what you're doing,
Right.
Mr. Cope Racing.
Well, if I have the overdrive transmission and I have the reverse manual for that, then I can put some low gears in the back so that it's easy. And then I learned that you're not supposed to do a burnout in first gear with those automatic transmission because it stresses the sprag. And I learned when I was working on the 904, I learned the difference of the sprags. I learned that the 904 has a factory bolt-in sprag, unlike the 727, and that Cope Racing Transmission sells an aftermarket bolt-in sprag to make your 727 powerfully bulletproof and a explosion-proof drum so that you can put like 1,000 horsepower through your 727. So like as I'm working, I'm learning and I'm understanding better. Like, oh, this is why these parts are performance, because they do something. They serve a purpose. They strengthen a weak point.
See what John says? See, I don't know anything about these transmissions.
That is my plan. And I was looking at them, and the valve bodies, they're not terribly expensive, but right now, like getting the other garage built, because we built a pole barn beside the garage so we can store some things outside, like the tractors are getting stored in a shed instead of in our workspace, and all my money is going to that. So buying valve bodies was like kind of like it fell off the map financially. And carburetors. I needed a 1-barrel carburetor to get my Dart running for this summer. And then next year I'll get.
Next year should put the V8 in it.
I'll maybe put the V8 in it, or maybe put a big intake manifold. The thing of it is a nice intake manifold for a slant 6 actually costs more than an entire V8 swap, which is insane.
Well, and that'll bolt into there's parts that'll bolt into the Dart, I should have paid more attention to my transmission class and my body class. See, and my whole thing with body work is 30 years of building airplanes. So all I want to do is get out aluminum and use the shear and the brake and the riveting and all that.
He can't wait to use his tools.
Oh, man. So, the other day I don't remember what we were doing. You wanted me to cut something. We had to make room around the shear so I could, you're making a thing to stop the water from coming in the window. She made it out of sheet metal. And we stuffed it in the shear and I stomped on it and it cut like almost all the way across, and then the stomp thing bottomed out on something that had been shoved underneath the.
We're buried in.
So we had to move stuff, and then I could finish the cut. But you know,
But it's been more than a year, and we have made so much progress.
that shop was unusable. It was a massive pile of crap storage area. Now we can get one vehicle in, plus we have another side that we probably could get a vehicle in.
If we really tidied, we could get a small vehicle in the other bay.
But we set a table up. We do stuff over there. Take the table down. The Clecos, yeah, I got
and
a lot of Clecos.
we use that space as the studio, and we have live streamed from out there because we have the high speed internet piped out there too, so we could actually do the live stream from the garage. And we have an air conditioner, and we have a wood stove. We have done so much in a year, and we are growing the channel. And it's really going slow, and it's frustrating because you see people who are more established, their channels grow like that because their projects move. But we have so much going on in the sides that our projects just kind of limp along.
I was so happy that we had that stove in there, that wood stove, because last winter we couldn't work in there. It was just way too cold.
Oh God!
And this winter we were in there all winter, and then we're in
a
there.
little bit, an
we're
hour
in
or
there.
two.
We're
Yeah.
in there at night with the wood stove going, and I'm spraying paint because it's water-based paint. And so there I am, in the middle of the winter, with shop warm enough that I could spray water-based paint. You know how good that was. Clecos, stray bullet. Are you an airplane builder? Did you build a home build or something?
Legos.
Yeah, because a lot of people don't know what Clecos are. A lot of people use, what do they call those? Self-tapping screws, which I guess are okay, but it's kind of crude. Yeah, I drill and use Clecos. That's how I am.
And Lars, thank you for during the live stream, you did that quick tutorial on how to use the YouTube app to make shorts. I knew that was a thing, and I also knew that you get to pick your thumbnail when you're doing that, which is far superior to the way I'm doing it.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
And I don't know why, I've just been clinging to doing it the long form way, and it's actually hurting our channel because we make it too complicated. And so for you to just walk through it, I'm just like, why am I not just doing it this way? And so now we're going to try.
We are? Oh, you will?
Yeah, we are going to make sure the app is working on both of our phones so we can do shorts on our phones and immediately post them, and it will go so quick. We'll do it every day.
Oh, geez.
John has challenged him because he's in the No Name.
See, and I'm looking at that going, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to do the shorts the way I always did them.
No, we're going to learn this new way because it's easier
guess.
and it's good. Or we'll do both. We're going to.
You have a set of plans. What do you have plans for? It's a plans.
Where are you at in the country? Because he wants to come and play with it.
Yeah, I don't know. A lot of people build kits with all the pieces and parts that are preformed. But if you got plans, I mean, then you're really building a plane. When you're really building a plane is when you draw up your own plans and you just pull a new airplane out of your ass and you build it and go fly it.
This man did that for how many years did you work with airplane people?
And then after you fly a plane that you designed yourself and you flew it, you get back on the ground and you go, that went all right, but man, was that a stupid thing to do? I have a set of plans, but no time. Yeah, what kind of airplane do you have a set of plans for? I'm just wondering.
There's the rub with everything in life.
I'm not gonna. I'll probably never build another airplane. I keep saying I built over 60 airplanes, but I lost count at somewhere around 60. So, that's crazy. I did. I built over 60 airplanes. That's just insane.
Dr. Go, Lars did a really good, just quick little tutorial. Look, this is how you do it. It's like 5 minutes. You're like, oh, shoot, it's that easy. Why don't I make shorts every day? Everything that happens, everything I could be making shorts, And, yeah, Lars made it so, simple. Come on, old people. Lars is one of the youth in our clan, and he showed us how to use that little magical box with the things.
Don't know about designing one myself. I worked with a guy that designed his own airplanes. I learned a lot from him, and then I just started doing it myself and being careful. If you do that kind of thing, you really got to be careful.
and Dr. R was talking about RC airplanes. You always speak highly of people who did RC aircraft.
Well, there's a lot of people. See, after being in the whole drone thing, they had some pilots that were RC pilots, which is is good and bad in that. I would rather have RC pilots that were also at least have a private pilot's license, because they need to talk to air traffic control. And sometimes people that have never done that struggle with that and they mess it up. So, yeah, anyway, we, out there where I work, really started hiring people that had at least a private pilot's license, and probably better yet, a commercial pilot's license. Or they came out of the military. But those guys weren't always so good, because they're used to flying high performance jets, and they think they can fly anything, and they get in the drones and they really struggle with it. It's a whole different world. I built a ton of airplanes, but they were all RC. Does that count? Well, it can. You know, there was a giant scale RC, a lot of those. And if you're good with RC, you can take an RC pilot in about 2 or 3 hours, solo them in a real airplane. You take a real airplane pilot like me, you have 50 hours with RC, and we can't fly that, because I'm used to looking out a window and seeing stuff around like this and seeing it from inside the airplane. When I'm looking up at the sky and I'm looking at an airplane flying around, sometimes I can't even tell which way it's going. I struggle with it. I really struggle with it. And I've never really conquered that. I've tried. I can fly RC, but it takes every bit of concentration I have, and it's not fun. And all the people around me that are RC pilots are having fun, and I'm not. So I have a lot more fun sitting in a pilot seat. And I just don't do that anymore. I'm back to cars again. It was cars when I was a teenager, airplanes my whole life, and now I'm back to cars. I have 50 Clecos and Zeus fasteners. Yeah, 50 Clecos. You're just getting started. You need about 500 or 600 of them.
We got Clecos.
Every
drawer you open, there's Clecos.
I don't have
spread
as
about
many as
in
I
them.
used to.
Everywhere.
As I wasn't.
I was at work.
Okay. I recently traded in my manual transmission car for an automatic. It's been quite a shift. You know? I never know what to think of John Cope.
He's just throwing out
just everything.
jokes.
I have plans for a legal Eagle ultralight. Legal Eagle ultralight. Is that a sailplane? But I go through periods of wondering if I want to risk my life. I'm trying to think of what that is. There's a sailplane. I thought it was legal. It looks like a little, like, stretched out egg with, I don't remember what that is. I was thinking it might be the Legal Eagle. And it was an ultralight sailplane. I thought that since I could fly a real airplane, that I would teach myself to fly RC. Oh, maybe that's RC. I completely destroyed one. Yeah, I was out at the flying field in Arizona with people that were, my instructors were both real airplane pilots and RC pilots, with a buddy box, and I struggled day after day after day, and I said, I'm not having fun with this. And I just kind of gave up. See, why should I do this? I'm going to buy a bus to bring
Let's see this bus, Wendy. Come on.
A bus.
Let's see. We want to see the bus videos.
I just did a video with a bus. It was like the worst video I ever did.
I keep seeing buses, $2,500 for a bus, diesel engine, and I just think, man, I could just lop that right off.
Oh, it's
and make it into a big flatbed, or just make a ramp up into it so that you could bring the car in there and then camp there.
It's a single seat Piper Cub, so it's probably fabric coloring. Probably. I've done so much steel tubing and aluminum. I built a lot of aluminum airplanes, a lot of aluminum wings, and yeah. So, 2 of them are pretty much commercial successes, and the other ones are just, I don't know, it's hard to sell that stuff. I don't like or dislike manual transmission vehicles. You could say I'm neutral. It's how an automatic is.
John with the one-liners.
Park, reverse, nothing, drive, 2, 1. N is nothing, isn't it? Because every time I go into N, it does nothing.
Nope.
We had a neighbor that had all manual transmissions. They had Volkswagen buses.
Oh yeah.
It's something when my mother had something happen. She needed a ride to the doctor. And so this woman, neighbor that was driving Volkswagen buses, her husband had the bus. So she came over and we had a 56 Ford. And this is probably in the late 50s, maybe early 60s. So she got in the car and she's going to drive my mother to the hospital, to the doctor's office. But she'd never driven a car with an automatic before. So they had to park. And she goes, well, do I put it in park to park? Like it was going to park. No, it doesn't do anything in park. That's like a brake. Let's see. No, the Legal Eagle is an airplane, typical powered two-cylinder. Oh, a two-cylinder Volkswagen. Oh, those are vibration machines, which you also build from plans. I've flown some two-cylinder opposed Volkswagens, and they'll shake your brains out. I flew one that was called the Mosler engine, which it's supposed to have all the vibrations out of it. It still was, it'll hammer you. I think I need to replace my car's transmission. I just can't get it shift together. Jesus. Is there somebody on his keyboard?
I don't know.
Or
He's
is that
telling
him?
dad jokes
Or is
now.
that him? Chromoly frame and wood wings. Okay, yeah. So the surfaces on the wings are probably fabric, or they wood too. I don't know. The chromoly frames, do you have to weld that up yourself? That'll be fun. I welded, when I first got into this, I was welding chromoly frames, all with oxyacetylene gas welding, which was kind of nice because the gas welding, it normalizes. You just have to not be in wind, and you as you pull the torch away, it'll cool. Let's say 70 degrees with no wind on it indoors. It would cool at the rate that would make it normalized chromoly. But then later we were using TIG, and TIG afterwards you gotta heat it with a torch. And we had like a crayon you put in there so you know what temperature you get it to, and then pull it away and let it cool. And we'd normalize all the clusters, all the important clusters with a Corvette two-cylinder option. Man, Kim, I just saw an intake manifold, which I think is the Super 6 for 1,000 pesos. Oh God, what's 1,000 pesos?
I'm looking.
Well, I could see the 1,000 peso note. $56. Yeah, and then the shipping. Fabric covered wings. I've done a lot of fabric work, but it's been a while. And just use, I don't know, there's some new fabric out there that's supposed to be pretty good. I always use the Stitz poly, which is now just called polyfiber, and just follow the instructions. Oh, Kim, I'm getting cough. I don't know why my throat's so dry. Okay, so you're going to have to make a decision on that manifold if you want it. See, she's got some decisions to make, whether she wants to go with she just bought a new single barrel. So I don't know. They gas welded aircraft frames for years. There's nothing wrong with that. I gas welded for years and years. I had a job in a place where that's all I did was gas welded. Just gas welded frame after frame after frame. So yeah, how's that Corvair based cylinder built? It's not near me. I have to investigate it. Find out what the shipping is. My next check, I may buy it just because I'd like to have it around. I really like that you can put those Autolite carburetors on there, and it's so simple. And it works so well. Man, does that work well. I can't believe how good that works on that slant.
Mexican spec, if you can source them in that price range, it'd be really interesting. And obviously it's kind of important that it's the right thing. Make sure that it's a slant 6 intake manifold and not like a Ford 300 intake manifold or something like that. And yeah, if you can get multiple, box them all up.
It's not Dextron, is it? It's Dexron. I don't think there's a T in that word. Dexron, I think. There isn't a T in that word, is there?
I feel like the T is correct, but I don't know.
People say Dextron, but I don't know. I'm square like that. What is it?
Dexron.
It's Dexron. There's no T in that word. Come on, John.
There's no T, John.
There's no Dextron. He's just giving Cope a hard time. See if Cope will say Dextron. Mercon has no T in it. Well, we just looked up Dextron, and it comes up Dexron with a bottle that says Dexron on it. What the hell? Tron. What happens when you look up Tron? It's some animals. Don't be putting that up there. Don't be putting that up there.
What?
Put the Dexron, put the bottle up, what you looked up. I don't want that on the screen.
Dextron the movie. Dextron the transmission.
I have my own slant 6. I know what they look like. There's another one. See, you have your own slant 6. You know what you do. Mexican Spec, you buy that manifold yourself. You put it on there and get an adapter and put a Autolite carburetor on there. You'll love it. Of course, I don't know. You like stock stuff.
You know what?
He likes stock stuff, so I know.
A Carter BBD is not a bad carburetor unless it's a piece of trash.
I like the movie Tron. It's pronounced Dexron. That's what I thought. It's Dexron. And I thought for a while it was Dextron because so many people say Dextron. See, everybody's now it's like Dexron.
Mexican Spec, you know what's more valuable than the carburetor is the air cleaner assembly that says Super 6 on it. It's more valuable than the carburetor. Not the intake, but it's more valuable than the carburetor because I can get a carburetor and then the linkages. I can make them.
Dextron. Where are you saying Dextron? Maybe
it's
that's
really
Spanish.
easy and cheap for me to get a carburetor, but those stupid linkages, and then they're long too, so people just discard them because they're a pain to ship.
What is this?
They're hard to
Dextron?
get.
Is it Dextron in Mexico? Dextron. I don't know. Dr. Audrey up. Do you need a BBD? No. Do you need one? We have one.
I've got a brand new one in a box. I've never even opened it. Wait, I'll go get it.
You got a BBD too?
Yeah.
Where do you get all this stuff? I didn't
When you're
find
not
any
looking,
cars.
I order stuff on Amazon late at night.
She orders stuff I don't even know about. She orders. What tranny loop? Come on, John. Give me a hard time. A
I bought
BBS.
this.
That's a BBD.
I bought this to put on that Dakota engine. I made an intake manifold adapter because it was throttle body injected, and I didn't want to do that, so I made an adapter to go on a Dakota
There
engine.
he is. Watch this person with a knife.
I never did the. How do I open this damn?
I don't know. Just don't cut any of my muscles.
I never did the
Need more cuts.
I never did the Willet run on that Dakota. I need a BBS.
Because you don't need more
spec.
cuts.
You could buy one of these Mexican Spec. It's not a BBS, it's something else. I can send you a link maybe.
Oh, that's kind of interesting thing. Oh, that has that same smell.
It does. Ugh. It smells like rat poop.
Man, I can't believe you bought that. I can't believe you bought that. And you can put an Autolite carb on and you bought that thing? Wah.
Well, this would fit without the adapter, but the Autolite runs so good. I don't. But this is for the Dakota. And
Does smell Chinese. What's it smell like? Oh yeah, it does. It has the same smell as that one does. It must be like some
kind of smells like damp wood, doesn't it?
I don't know.
Damp, rotten wood a little bit, musty.
That's a weird smell. I never smelled that before.
Musty old boat wood. Okay, so when you're rebuilding vehicles that have been sitting for a long time, you're going to encounter vehicles that have fuel systems that just are not working. Just they're not going to work. And you have to have resources or else you're
Don't ditch the
dead in
fuel
water.
injection. See, Dr. Art, that's when I said to you one time, we need to get together sometime, because when I watch your video with a laptop, and I could really get into that,
No, the fuel injection.
turning the fuel injection, I think that is just really cool. But I just never done it. And, I got an old car that's, it's a 72 Valiant. It's a carburetor car. So, but that's pretty interesting what you were doing with
The
Tony's.
fuel injection on that Dakota, it's roached. It was really old. All the stuff inside of it was all dried up, and the computer was fried. It did nothing, and the tank was ripped out of it because the pump in the tank wasn't. It's like a complete system rebuild. I don't want to do that to Dakota. I got a distributor that will run with mechanical advance in Dakota, and I'm going to put a carburetor on it, and just it'll be a tractor. It'll just be a utility
It'll
vehicle.
be a
around
utility
the property.
vehicle around the property.
Yeah.
See.
Until we do something with it. Like I've got that 360 I'd like to put in there, but it's not going to be this year, and I cannot have disabled dead vehicles sitting around. So I got to get.
You can't have dead vehicles sitting around.
I cannot continue to have dead vehicles.
You got a lot of dead vehicles.
I know,
sitting
and
around.
I need to do something about it. So this summer, we're probably not going to Power Tour because I'm just busy fixing stuff. This makes the Valiant run and drive better than that 1920 was messed up. It idled or ran wide open, but nothing in between because it was all roached inside. I was looking at that sniper system and it would be kick butt, but the price is just out of my league. Out of my league. For one car, to put all that money into one car when I have this, build the 360 and I'll
Look at that. Look
buy
what
you a
Dr.
turbo if you would use it. He wants to see me put that. It's like an 85 Dakota.
That Dakota's
Dr. Art.
not a very nice truck.
What do you mean? It's not rusty.
I don't know.
It's worn out. Somebody used it and used it and used it. And
Somebody used it till it stopped.
Yeah.
And then they let it sit for a couple of years, and then we bought it.
Then they farted around with it, and they had it going a little bit, and then they gave up on it again. It's been, it's just been sitting and sitting and sitting. But the body is so good, it's not all roached out. That's why, because I'm from Pittsburgh, so when I see a vehicle like that at first couple times, I was like, what? I can buy this for $400? It's fine. And like the engine runs, but the computer I think is dead, and it was, and all the wiring was just like everywhere, like a giant. What did you call that when the wiring is all everywhere?
Haywired.
It was all haywired, and it still wasn't working, and the fuel tank was out of it, and I was like, I can make this go, and we still will. We're gonna take
Haywired.
the body off it and just use the frame. It's got the 4.5-inch bolts pattern on it. It's got disc brakes on the front. I think those disc brakes will go on an A body even. I was like, there's $400 worth of parts here all day.
Haywired is where you have a circuit board that's no good. So you just wire all the components together with wire going every which direction. It just looks like a big ball of dead wire. But it isn't. It's all soldered together into components. And it's just like a thing like this. And you stuff it back in the box where the circuit board used to be. Now it's haywired. I've seen that before. Look at this. We can see through it. See that? That's the... Look, you can even see through me when you put the green coolant that I'm drinking. You can see through me into whatever's on the green screen.
Do it to your head. Do it to your head.
You want to see my head go away? Oh, look at that.
That's cool. A Ford-powered Dakota. No.
I don't
Well, I have the 4.2 liter in the van. I could put that in the Dakota.
Magic juice.
Magic juice.
That's just
Invisible
weird.
beverage.
Well, you know what this is? This is some kind of...
What's the swords?
Some kind of... It's something cool. I don't know. This is some kind of Mountain Dew. So it's just green enough that the green screen goes, we're not going to look at that. So it just... I can see through me. Look at that. There's a green car behind me.
You can see that, but you can't see green.
That's really weird.
Baja Blast, the magic juice.
Yeah, it's Baja Blast.
Dr. Art, that 360, I need to get the transmission out of, I have a 46 RE, and I need to get the transmission out of it, figure out what's wrong with the number 2 band, and then get a reverse manual valve body, and then I can put the 360 into Dakota. That is down the road.
And I may steal the bed off the Dakota.
You've wanted that bed.
I know, I may and I may not.
That's okay.
But you could put a little
We'll see. Honestly,
on the back of the Dakota. We could put a flatbed, or we could put a little tow truck bed, or something that we can move stuff around the property. That's all you want it for anyway. You're never
Our
done.
bed for a Dakota is not that rare here. We're not in
Yeah, I guess
Pennsylvania.
we could just buy
We'll just
a bed.
look
Or
around.
I could
Somebody
make
will have one.
or I could make one out of aluminum.
It'll be light as all hell.
Just make one.
Or we could slice and dice. We have a full-size bed on a full-size truck. We have two. We have that white one and we have that blue one. I don't care about the beds of either of those trucks.
Yeah, okay,
So
that'd be fine too.
however it works, we have parts. We have amassed a giant hoard of project parts. And we're just trying to, keep rolling along.
That's a problem I've noticed with getting older. Every day I think of more projects I want to do, and every day I know I have less time. So
You know what though? We're moving forward with stuff
are doing
at a
stuff.
better rate than we ever have. And we're getting rid of some stuff that shouldn't be here, like the pool.
make it a burnout
and
truck.
One of the trailers.
I don't like her having burnout vehicles because she goes out in my lawn. I got a really nice big lawn out there, and she'll go out there in a truck, just tear the shit out of it. And then I'm like, "Stop! You're tearing up my lawn!" And she's laughing. And then I'm not happy.
Dr. Hart, do people like burnout trucks? Anytime I've ever done truck content, it got no views. It's like nobody cares anything about
How
trucks
many
and
likes
vans.
do we see? How many likes do we see? I got to get back to the page where I can see likes. Likes.
3. Nobody likes us.
I see 2. I'm going to have to refresh this.
Maybe the likeses are broken tonight.
The likeses are broken.
The button wasn't working too good.
Top chat. I have
No,
to
it
go
says
to live.
22.
22 is what it says.
Yeah, you just didn't update it. Thank you
Next,
for asking.
yeah, you
though,
got.
Next
You know what?
Respect.
Next respect. I had 2, and now I have 22. You got to refresh it. It's stupid. It's just stupid.
Definitely do a little bit every
Coming
day.
up with more
We were-
projects. Not more time. That's right. And man, when I saw the first time I saw your car at 2022, No Name Nationals, man, I wanted a '59 Chevy again. I was like, oh, I'm gonna build one of those. It's like, yeah.
Well, Dr.
What am I
Hart,
thinking?
with that D100, you collaborated with Uncle Tony and with Kiwi, and they have a pretty wide viewership. So, I'm happy for you because I see the stuff you do, and it's really cool. And the tuner stuff, and you do a lot of really good content. So I'm glad that things are going good for you. But just on my own, I don't know, maybe it's a different reason, but I just can't seem to get any traction making videos about trucks and vans. People like the flashy cars, and I got 4-door cars. Nobody even cares about them. I don't know. But we're going to make stuff, and we're going to have fun with it.
Yep. Well, Kim, you know what?
I like my trucks. I really like them for me. And like that green truck, I'm going to have that running this summer so we can collect some firewood with it. But making videos about it, it almost feels like a waste. Although the Bronco, when I did the Bronco, did you see how many views I got on Bronco stuff?
No, did you
The
get a
biggest arc in my channel as far as new subscribers and stuff like that was me working on that Bronco. I did that Will It Run on a Bronco. I got huge views.
See that? He says that. Well, you know what? We've been here 4 hours and 8 minutes.
You're right, Dr. Art. I will keep that in mind, and I will work.
There's 4 more 59s to get back on the road. Oh, wow. Bigger fins on the back. Make the fins stick out further. Put them up a little higher. Oh, have you ever seen, what was his name? Here I am. Brain fart again. Can't think of people's names. The guy that built the green 59 Chevy.
59 Chevy.
I can't think of his name.
Can you
It's
think
just-
of any other significant identifying
He
characteristics?
had a TV show. Bud Coddington. Bud
There you go,
Coddington.
you got
Coddington. It's not Bud. It's I can't think of his name. Coddington. Did you see the 59 he built? Man, I like that car.
Ooh.
Coddington. It's not Bud. Oh, a 59 El Camino. I had a friend that had a 59 El Camino when I was in high school. But that was in 1970 or something. What did you find? What did you...
Boyd Coddington?
Boyd Coddington. Look at Boyd Coddington, 59 Chevy. You botched that up. Boyd, yeah. Lars knew what it was. I'm allergic to shiny cars. Yeah, me too. I've learned. paint everything with flat paint. Wow, what
Is it one of those?
No. There it is. That one. Man. And that thing, the firewall's in a different, the whole driver's thing is in a different position. I mean, I watched them build that, and it was an amazing car. And of course, you know, you can't drive something like that because somebody will run into it. But factory 348. I saw a T-Bucket in Arizona that had a 348 in it, and the license number said Faux 09, like a 409, but faux, because it was a fake 409. It was a 348. It's a cool looking, really cool looking T-Bucket in Tucson, Arizona. Yeah, I love 59 Chevys. No, it's not an El Camino. It was a two-door, it was either a convertible or a two-door hardtop or something. He made a roadster out of it. No top. I like El Caminos.
If you drive fast enough, you won't get wet.
If you drive fast enough, you won't get wet. If you don't go out in the rain, you won't get wet. Yeah, I don't know. I like 1960 Chevys a lot too, and they look a lot like 59s, but they're completely different. But they're similar, you know. I do like them. Kim, I think we got to get off here.
I think we do.
We have never done 4 hours and 11 minutes before, and we're there.
I tried to give up at 2, and then again at 3, and we are now to 4.
But we just kept going.
Thank you to everyone who stuck with us, everyone who's commented. It's been so much fun tonight. And,
oh, Kitsy Fluff's still here.
There you go, there's science. But we're going to have to end it. We'll see you all we'll be back here next Tuesday night.
We sure will be.
We're going to have shorts every day. So remind us to have shorts every day for you. So we can meet John Wilburn's challenge.
Check out my shorts. Check out my shorts. Yeah,
Eat my shorts.
No.
I was in VR for a while. Nice. All right, so.
Adios.
Thank you, everyone.
Adios,
we'll see you
amigos.
next time. And thank you very much for watching.
Take care.